This meeting is being recorded.
And I get this in helpful.
Okay, we'll now convene the Minturn Town Council meeting for February 18th, 2026. And with that, we'll have roll call, please.
Brian here.
Dusty here.
Lynn here.
Eric here. Earl's here, and I believe Kate's on the line. Not yet. Okay. Kate will join us on Zoom. Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So next we have the approval of the consent agenda. And before we do that, we would like to ask council if they want to, we're trying to save some time, but I know we're gonna have a pretty robust discussion tonight. As far as the item 10C, resolution number 11 in 2026, which is a resolution to approve a change order for the phase 2 sidewalk project. Wait, that's not, is it?
The term limited internship staff are willing, if council wants to move to consent, we could do that, or we can move it to March.
Yeah.
Whatever council prefers.
I'd be okay with putting on the consent.
Okay,
Okay.
so 10C on consent, staff would like to remove from the discussion direction items. We'd like to move the golf cart discussion to March, the first meeting in March. The item B, update on water treatment plant financing, I could provide that in the manager's report. It's very brief. And then item C, consideration of council positions. We'd like to move that to March. You have the information. If you have concerns, you can contact me. And I think that's it.
So resolution number 11 is now on 3E. And they consent agenda. And with that, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with adding the item that we just discussed.
I'll second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Eric, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next we have approval of the regular agenda. So.
I'll make a formal motion to approve the regular agenda with the changes discussed.
I'll second.
Motion by Eric, second by Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next we have a declaration of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare or any ex parte communications on any agenda item to disclose? Hearing none, we move on. Okay, next is public comment. This is not the part that anybody's here for. It's just if there's anyone out there that wants to address council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Okay, anybody online?
No, right now.
Okay, we'll move on. Next we have council and committee reports. So I mean, you Brian, you got anything?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't have anything either.
Oh,
No.
you have my time. Want y'all to listen to us. All that, so move on. Okay, now we're on business items. Ordinance number 1, series 2026, second reading, an ordinance amending sections of 7-3-160.
Let me provide an update on the manager's report for the WTP financing.
Oh, I was gonna let you talk with it. Go ahead. Okay, sorry.
So I had some conversations over the last 2 weeks. The last meeting we talked with the municipal advisor, and maybe that was a meeting before, but we got some guidance from council to extend the solicitation period. I talked with me and Jay, and the staff talked with quite a few banks. We talked with a very large bank. They needed 10 business days to give us a term sheet, like a full proposal, but they said they would run kind of a rough credit report and kind of what we were looking for. And they gave us preliminary numbers of low 4% interest rate on 10 to 15-year loan. And so when I heard that, I thought the council's going to want to see that in a term sheet. So I figured let's just extend the solicitation to March 2nd and discuss it on the 4th. Because if those numbers were there, they're a lot more attractive than what we had before. So I just want to make sure you understand that that's the action we took, and we can revisit on the 4th. Any questions or concerns on the report or the financing?
Okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Hey. Thanks for that, Rob. It's good you found that. Been looking for good news.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, we'll go to business items. So first one is ordinance number 1, series 2026, second reading on ordinance amending sections 7-3-160 and 16-18-30 of the Minturn Municipal Code to regulate noise levels in accordance with state law.
This is an ordinance to kind of bring the code in compliance with recent ruling out of Salida about that town governments do not have the authority to regulate sound in excess of state law on private property. And so we are modifying our code to remove the provision that would allow us to do that. And this is the second reading of that ordinance.
Have there any changes since the first?
There have been no changes.
With that, I'll open this up for public hearing. There's one in the audience would like to ask questions or have comments on ordinance number 1. No. Close hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 1, series 2026, an ordinance of the town of Minturn amending section 17-3-160 and 16-18-30 of the Minturn Municipal Code to regulate noise levels in accordance with state law. And this is the second reading.
Second. Motion by Gusty, second by Tom. Roll call, please.
Brian, aye. Gusty, aye.
Lynn, I.
Eric, aye.
And Earl. Kate on yet?
Brings it to S. So maybe.
Yeah, that would be it. Katie, can you hear us? We'll let her get back. We'll move on. Okay, so we'll move on to 10B, resolution number 10, series 2026. A resolution approving a change order for the phase 2 sidewalk project.
Is that what we were putting under the consent agenda?
I didn't put that one just because Jeff's been our town engineers here, and just in case anybody had a question. So it's taken us some time to work with the contractor on remobilization. The project experienced some significant delays because there's a natural gas line that's the main line serving most of the town south, north of that point. And coordination with Excel was quite difficult. And by the time we're waiting on them to start this work, it was September, and we're gonna have to wrap this up. So we've had some negotiations with the contractor to try to limit remobilization costs. Jeff has been absolutely essential to kind of working through these difficult conversations. And we have Excel scheduled for the first week of May, weather contingent, to start that work on that gas line relocation so we can build this sidewalk. Jeff, is there anything you think I'm missing? Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Spinell or myself about this project? Okay.
I guess the fundamental reason why there's a $99,000 increase would be nice to know a basic detail as to what that is.
Maybe Jeff would do the best to explain some of our increased costs and what we're looking at.
It's mostly force account issues. It's demobilization, remobilization, equipment charges for standby equipment that were sitting idle while we were waiting for Excel to try and dig this gas line and relocate it. And that's essentially where we went back and forth on this change order a bit. And it started out considerably higher than where we ended up.
It's not the cost of the relocation of the gas line.
No,
It's just the cost of the
shut down and start up. Yeah.
And
And some of it are things like the traffic control. They had it all set up and going, and then had to take it all down, and they're going to have to put it all back up in the spring. So, the charges were all calculated in accordance with the the CDOT requirements that we're bound to.
And we didn't know the gas main was there, or
We didn't know that what?
the gas main was there. Or-
We did know the gas main was, there were some changes. Last year, or the last phase of this project, the requirements for moving the gas line were a lot less stringent than they were this time. They allowed it to go in the same trench as the new storm sewer. This year, it wasn't allowed. It had to be moved into a separate trench essentially. So it cost a lot more money. The Excel contractor frankly came in with equipment that was smaller than was necessary for the rocky soil they ran into. There were a lot of boulders that they couldn't move with the equipment they had. And so Excel got frustrated and didn't get it done, is the bottom line.
There's no way to offset some of that through Excel.
Against who?
Excel.
Not to my knowledge. They're required, my understanding is the franchise agreement requires them to move it, but I don't think there's any recourse. At no cost to the town, they're moving it, so.
If I was reading this right, Jeff, we had 70,000 like in a contingency account with this, and so it'll cost us really an additional 30.
Well, yes, provided there's no other
No
contingency
other
costs that come up.
contingencies, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
as of right now then, anyway.
As of right now, that's the case, yes.
Okay.
And we saved about, I think it's about $22,000 by doing the close up of the project ourselves through Public Works. I think our Public Works employees were at a flagging training today because originally they were quoting us having flaggers coming from Durango,
Durango.
and they were billing us that travel cost, and we were like, no. So we're going to do as much of that as we can. So we've really tried to be as diligent as we can to reduce some of these costs.
And there's nothing in our franchise agreement that says they have to move it within a reasonable period of time.
Not to my knowledge, it just says they have to move it at no expense to the town.
I would think a reasonable time is implied.
It may be, but I don't think it's specific,
That is worth the,
yeah.
Excel always meets our expectations, don't they? Okay, so
On that note,
we need a motion.
make a motion to approve town manager resolution number 10, series 2026. Resolution approving change order number 001 to the construction contract for the Minturn Phase 2 sidewalk extension project.
I'll second
And
that.
authorizing the town manager to execute the same.
I gotta hit it again. Sorry, second.
Motion by Tom, second by Gusty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So next we have resolution number 12, series 2026, resolution approving the purchase of a dump truck from the town of Vail.
Yeah, we budgeted this year to buy a new Class 8 dump truck. They're quite expensive for a town like ours. They're, $225,000 and up. We don't use our dump trucks in ways that most towns do. We mostly use heavy duty Chevy Silverados to move snow. Our streets are very small, but we use the dump trucks to move snow from, the more dense areas to areas where we can have snow storage. And right now we have a 1992 Kenworth with 900,000 miles and a 1996 Max CL with 277,000 miles. So we were really hoping to figure out something to be cost effective. Councilor Kanakis ran into Jeff Darnell. He's the fleet manager over at Vail and said, "Hey, we're looking for a truck. Do you guys have anything? You're rotating off." And they said, "Yeah, we might." And I talked with the town manager over at Vail and I said, "We'd be very interested. You guys are getting rid of anything." Me and Gusty and our public works director, Mike Martinez, went over there several weeks ago, took a look at their 2013 Volvo. They're willing to offer us that Volvo at about 13% off market rate for about $61,600. Really an incredible deal. And we really appreciate their efforts in trying to make this happen for us. They also have another truck that maybe in the fall, it's a 2014, also a Volvo VHD. If this works out for us, we may go back to them and say we're interested in that one as well and get rid of these trucks that are, one of them is almost as old as I am. So, yeah.
A party for the 1,000,000-mile mark in the county.
Maybe we should try to get it to 1 million.
Zero after that.
I
I just want to say,
that extra work too. Thank you.
yeah,
No problem.
between this and the Red Cliff agreements, it's really, really cool to see you all working so well with our neighboring communities. It's just makes you feel good to see that.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Okay. Now ready for the grand event. We have
Motion on that one? Do we approve?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution number 12, series 2026, a resolution approving the purchase of a used 2013 Volvo VHD dump truck from the town of Vail and authorizing the town manager to execute necessary documents.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Gusty, second by Eric, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. So now we're going to resolution number 13, series 2026, Molloy Park exemption, tract A, Eagle County School District subdivision, preliminary plat. So before we get started, I just want to let everybody know what the process we go through with this. We will start with staff giving a presentation of the project, and then after that, we'll have the school district representatives come up and do their presentation. And after that, then council can ask any other questions that are in their head to staff or to the applicant. And at that point, we'll open it up as a public hearing, and we'll be delighted. Thank you all for coming. It's very nice of you to show up and show your interest in town. I wish we had this every night, but anyway, then we'll be able to come up and address just the council. And during that time, we want to make sure you come up, give us your name and address, and then just give us your thoughts or questions or whatever. And then and staff will be taking notes on everything. So if you have a question, they'll get the question noted and responded to. The other thing is, please don't talk amongst each other. We're listening to whoever's at the podium, and we'll make things go a lot faster. Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to staff.
Yeah, so since the last planning commission meeting, you know, we've added some additional materials that we thought would be helpful for informing the council and the public of what this is, what we're here to do. And one of those is I have a memo that I put together last week on an overview of what a preliminary plat is and kind of what that contains. And a preliminary plat is, you know, basically the first part of a subdivision and subdividing land. So it's a map that shows detailed plans. How is this laid out? How is this going to work from a utility standpoint, a land division standpoint? And so in that memo, there's copies in the back. If you're not familiar with preliminary plat, I'd suggest you grab a copy of that memo, just take a look at it so you kind of know how to frame comments or understand this process. And one of the things that's important with a preliminary plat, or the issues that we're looking for, are consistency with the code, consistency with the plan. How does the proposal comply with the zoning and subdivision standards? Are required dedications, easements, and tracks shown? How does the site layout, access, and connectivity within the proposed subdivision work? Do these lots and streets and open spaces relate sensibly to each other in future phases? We look at infrastructure, drainage, and hazard at a concept level. And then we look at impacts on that direct area and some of the adjacent area, you know, and how does the layout avoid creating long-term problems for neighbors, access, drainage, traffic, those type of things. One of the things I think is important for the public to understand is a preliminary plat is not a rezoning, where there's a lot in a rezoning process. There's a lot more concept level as far as like, what is this going to look like with the structures and how is it going to interact with the town as a whole? But this property already has zoning that allows for the proposal the school district is looking to do. So at this point, we're kind of talking about a plat, and some of those larger concepts do kind of weave in and out. But detailed building design and appearance is not something that's usually part of a preliminary plat. Final engineering, like exact pipe sizes, slopes, grades, some of those things need to be refined through the process. Minor adjustments that don't change your big picture. So sometimes with preliminary plats, one of the things that, in my experience working in planning, is any type of deviations from the preliminary that before final, if they're considered minor, like they don't increase the number of lots or they don't substantially alter, usually those things are administratively reviewed and approved. And one thing that's important is at a preliminary plat level, it's not really a policy debate kind of conversation. It's not, I don't like the density here if the zoning allows it. I wish this were single family instead of a duplex if the code permits it, and personal preference that are not grounded in the standards of the code. And I think that's kind of important to understand from a technical standpoint, and where the staff report is based on. It's just kind of looking at the code, looking at the proposal, how do these things line up? That doesn't mean there's not room to have conversation, ask questions about, okay, this was in the materials and this may be an issue that we want to identify, or we have questions of how is this determined to be adequate? And I think those are important questions to ask during preliminary plat. One of the things I also want people to understand is from a planning hierarchy, you have a community plan like our 2022 community plan. And under that, you have your zoning regulations, and those zoning regulations dictate your process. And so sometimes it gets confusing because somebody's like, well, this is in the community plan. And usually in the community plan, it's language that's kind of esoteric. It's like, we want to prioritize workforce housing, which that's a policy directive. But the question is, how does that work in implementation? And the implementation comes in the code. And so sometimes you kind of got to weave between this is in the code, this is a hard requirement, or it's in the community plan, it's a policy goal. How do we try to, weave in policy goals that we haven't yet codified? And sometimes that's a challenge. And I want people to understand that kind of hierarchy. One of the things, let me look over goals, policy plans. I think I covered that. Planning order operations, I got that. And then what comes next? Preliminary plan, let's understand it doesn't authorize construction. It doesn't approve buildings. It just confirms the overall layout and framework of the subdivision. There's still a lot that needs to happen. And one of the things you usually do with the preliminary is you say, I'm concerned about A, B, C, and D. So I'm going to add these conditions. You need to address this, this, and this before you get to final. And so I think for the council and the public, it's where are the concerns? Check your conditions. Are the conditions strong enough to address the concerns? And are the conditions preparing you for what you may encounter as you work towards the final? And that's really key. So that's kind of the summary of the memo. I think that's good. I don't need to talk anymore. Second memo is there's a lot of complexity beyond the code on this particular plat. It's probably one of the most complex plats I've seen because the town has made several agreements with the school district that are relevant for this decision. And those are the annexation agreements, which I don't really have the copy of that memo here because we had to move around this packet so much. But in that memo, and there's two versions of that, there's just my summary of the annexation agreement, and then there's my summary with all 4 annexations from 2011. And I think what's important for the public to understand, I think the council probably understands reasonably, is that the town made an agreement that we would zone the property for X amount of units. There's maybe some nuance there, but that's not really relevant for now. And we agreed that we would partition off 2 things, district development, non-district development. And with district development, we said, these things are okay. With non-district development, we said, hey, there's some other things, including the road that we're going to have to look at. And that memo tries to kind of outline that, but luckily there's copies there and online if you kind of want to get into the nitty gritty about what the town agreed to at that point in time. I think that's about it for me.
Mayor, may I just ask a procedural question real quick? Is the town attorney going to be present today?
He's getting married.
Let me address that for you too.
Okay.
So what happened was town attorney, he's getting married. That's reasonable. And we had a second attorney lined up for this meeting and the planning commission meeting. And that attorney got in an accident and broke her leg and was in the hospital last week and is in bed at home this week. And so just the logistics kind of weren't working with us there. So legal questions, I would make sure you can bring those up, get them on the record. We'll record them. We got them. At the next meeting, we will have Mr. Sawyer here with us to kind of work through, provide you that legal guidance before you make any decisions, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, one thing I would like to add to the annexation agreement.
Oh, please do.
The town at the time did not own the land that our water treatment plant. Well, if you don't own the land that the water treatment plant's on, you can't get grants. It's very hard to get loans for improvements and all that kind of stuff. So it happened to be owned by the school district. So we gave them 120 SFE of water, which has been accounted for. And we got the land. So thank goodness we did, because we wouldn't be able to do this project otherwise, the water treatment plant. So just wanted to add that to it. Okay.
Okay, before Scott starts his presentation, I'd like to take this time to clear up some misinformation that seems to be circulating among the community that I've noticed in some public comment that's been submitted. In order to do that, I'm going to give y'all some context. So this public hearing was initially noticed for December 10th at Planning Commission and December 17th at Town Council. We had some unexpected information kind of dropped in our laps at the last minute, we asked for continuance at both boards. January 14th at Planning Commission, January 21st for council. The school district had kind of like their full first public hearing at that January 14th Planning Commission meeting. A bunch of stuff was discussed. Planning Commission made a motion and a decision for continuance to February 11th with direction to the applicant in order to accomplish certain things in that month timeframe. We also requested another continuance at council so we could catch up with that February 11th date, and that's why we're all sitting here tonight, February 18th. At the February 11th Planning Commission meeting, there were obviously a lot of discussion. It was a very long, late meeting. And at the end of the night, there was another motion for continuance. Staff heavily recommended to the Planning Commission that they get consent from the applicant to continue again. That's considered best practice so that we're all kind of on the same page. One, what needs to happen in that time frame? Is the time frame reasonable? And does the applicant want to continue this public hearing? And the Planning Commission pulled out a section that I had cited in all of those continuance memos that were in y'all's packets from Chapter 16, Section 1621 to 20, that stated that the commission didn't need the applicant's permission as long as it was within 180 days of the original public hearing of December 10th. And after review, Scott and I were just like, you know, you're right. The code says that, and you are perfectly within your right to make the motion to continue. However, again, as your staff trying to protect the town, we heavily encourage you to get consent from the applicant. And the applicant requested that they receive a decision, as is their right. And so the Planning Commission made a recommendation of denial, as is their right to do. And here's where kind of I'm trying to clear up the misconceptions that I've seen. One, staff did not force the Planning Commission to make a decision. They had the option to make the motion of continuance, approval with conditions, approval, denial. These were all on the table for them to do. They made the motion, they withdrew the motion to continue, and they made the motion to deny. Two, that is not the end of the process. We did not override the Planning Commission's decision by putting it in front of you tonight. Planning Commission is a recommending body. Y'all are the ultimate deciders of this application and what happens with it. So they made a recommendation of denial, and it is up to the council to ultimately make the decision to whether approve with conditions or deny. So those are the two things that I would like to clear up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I get started, just to introduce myself. My name is Scott Hunt. I'm the Town Planning Director, and I'll be taking us through a hopefully brief overview of the process and the standards that we use as staff and our consultant teams and all the referral agents that have made comment on this application, what that has led us to as far as a summary of our findings and some recommended conditions of approval. So, are you going to drive the?
Trying to internet is. Okay, we got there.
All right, success. I have been accused of speaking softly, so if anyone can't hear me, please just raise your hand, throw something at me, whatever pleases you. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Rob explained, and thank you for that, because I guess even as someone who's done this for a long time, I could learn a thing or two about bringing people along, including my planning commission from time to time on just the basics, things that I've been working with for years, but that are probably confusing for any of you who don't participate in this type of thing. So just the basics of what is a plat versus what is zoning, I think that was super helpful. So we are here for the first hearing of the town council for a preliminary plat for subdivision for this property. I'm going to go through some brief introductions, give an overview of the project, summary of the Planning Commission's findings, subdivision criteria and conformance, outstanding issues and next steps. Then the applicant will present, and then we'll get back to council and public comment. So the applicant tonight is the Eagle County School District, represented by Tom Braun. Tom will be making a presentation here in just a bit. Our team is extensive. Rob is our town manager. Mike Sawyer, who is apparently getting married in Europe, is our town attorney, and we miss him. Harper Powell is the assistant town attorney. Jeff Spinell is sitting to my left. He's our town engineer. I am Scott Hahn, the planning director. Madison Harris is our senior planner. Susan Ryan from Holland and Hart has worked with us, not recently, but we've been in this process for over 2 years. And so Sue and then Christy Radabaugh, our water consultant, our engineer, both spent quite a bit of time looking at water rights and consumptive use and making sure that we understood the previous dedication or allotment of SFEs to this property versus what the proposal was proposing as far as consumptive use. So they've been extremely important in this process. Jim Mann, he's a gentleman who does municipal finance and did review this a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago, looking at the financial aspects of this. Usually with a project like this and larger projects that involve zoning and larger entitlements, we want to make sure that we're looking at impacts to the town's services, the town's infrastructure versus the revenues that are being brought in from a project. And then lastly, in that lineup of consultants, Polly Jessup, who is with Kaplan and Kirch. She looked at it from the standpoint of environmental concerns and dealt directly with the EPA to make sure that this site was not included in any of the previous Superfund site designations or any remedial work. Our referral agencies, first and foremost, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, CPW. We do have some extensive comments from CPW. I'm sure we'll end up talking about those either tonight or at the next hearing. Eagle River Water and Sanitation District, Colorado Department of Transportation, Xcel Energy, Eagle River Fire Protection District. We do have at least a couple different rounds of review from the district, looking at the subdivision and providing comments with regard to road alignment, turn radiuses for large vehicles, the hydrant plan, things like that. We also got a response from Colorado Geologic Survey, just agreeing with the applicant's consultant that the site does not contain any geologic hazards. So Rob brought you up to speed on what a preliminary plat is. There are 2 steps to a preliminary plat, preliminary and final. Rob also did a great job of outlining kind of what we're looking at this stage versus what we might look at a final plat. This is the point where we should be doing most of our major review of civil engineering, pointing out things that need to be corrected at the next stage. Same thing with the technical aspects of the legal plat, which is based off of survey information. So that's where we're at, the preliminary plat. As I mentioned, we've been reviewing this for 2 years, over 2 years. A lot of heavy lifting has been done with regard to the civil engineering review, a lot of back and forth between the applicant's consultant and our town engineer. As I mentioned, a lot of work was done with the district's council and our water council and town attorney with regard to water rights. There's been discussions about the 2011 agreement and some of the terms used in that. So we've been doing quite a bit of work in 2 years. Last fall, we decided that we had done as much as we could to get us to this point, and there were still outstanding issues, but we needed to get this to a hearing. As Madison was talking about, public notice and some misunderstandings about how this process actually works. That is part of the process, is to ensure that we are providing due process to an applicant that has acted in good faith for 2 years to address the things that we've asked them to address. So that is why we are here tonight. I'm going to skip over the vicinity map. I think everyone understands exactly where Molite Park is, south of town and very special place. Real quickly, so I think Rob alluded to this. As part of the 2011 annexation agreement, there were other ordinances that zoned these properties that are owned by the school district. One of those zones is the mixed use zone. There is an open space and recreation zone district. And there's a public facilities zone district, which is where our water plant and our facilities are located. This property is located within the mixed use zone district, and that zone district allows primarily for residential development, along with some other district type facilities, recreation, and whatever else the district wanted to do in that zone district. But it specifically allows for single family duplex and multifamily development. And that is a 46.8 acre size zone district. And the parcel that we're looking at here tonight is 19.1, so just about half of that acreage. The plat that we're looking at creates 8 distinct parcels along with 5 open space tracts. So not the open space that already exists at the ball fields area and beyond. There's a tract C that is other zoned open space that the district owns. This is just within the subdivision itself that they're trying to create. So open space tracts for amenities for the people that would eventually live here. We also received a conceptual development plan that provides, both through the plan itself of what types of homes would be built and where they would be built, but then a housing plan that lays out a mix of housing types and sizes. And we're talking about 137 total units, including the 17 units that are currently in Moonlight Park. The plan also lays out some new trails and new infrastructure, again, within that 19 acres. This is my favorite part and everyone else's favorite part, where I get to read verbatim the code. So unless there's any questions, I'm going to launch into this and get through it. Okay. So this is the purpose of our subdivision regulations. These subdivision regulations are intended and designed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the town by providing for orderly, controlled development, by requiring disclosure to purchases of unknown risks, and by establishing minimum standards for the design of land subdivision projects to ensure that all public and private facilities, including streets and other forms of access, drainage, water supply, and sanitation improvements necessary to support human occupation on the land, are provided while also protecting the landform, streams, and vegetation from the effects of excessive earthwork and deforestation resulting in extensive erosion and other forms of environmental deterioration. Also, to assure attainment of these objectives, it is necessary that each subdivision be planned in an efficient and economical manner. Our code goes on and gives some bullet points that kind of further refine that overall purpose statement of why we have subdivision regulations. The first is to establish reasonable and equitable procedures and standards for the subdivision of land, require the provision of safe and convenient vehicular and pedestrian traffic circulation, ensure that public facilities are available to serve the development, conserve and manage natural resources, minimize the impacts of air and water pollution and the degradation of land, provide for open space and recreational land through efficient and appropriate subdivision design, guide future growth and development consistent with the master plan and the land use regulations, and maintain or improve safety from fire, flood, and other potential disasters. Number 9, to provide adequate light, air, and privacy for land uses. And number 10, ensure that the subdivision of land is recorded with proper legal descriptions and monuments. Any questions on that?
We'll ask the questions after.
Sounds good.
Presentation.
All right. So within all of that, that's a great precursor to the staff report that's in front of you that really goes into not only the town's subdivision standards, but also lays out, at least from our perspective, how the proposed subdivision conforms with the town's community plan and other policies, including our housing policies. So that's the overview. And then the specific criteria that you are charged with reviewing this plat against. Number 1, the information requested or required by the town. So that's the packet of information that the applicant provided, all of the referral information that you've received, and the staff report. Number 2, whether the proposed subdivision conforms to these and other applicable regulations, policies, and guidelines for the town. And number 3, review of reports on file and others as available pertaining to geologic, soils, wildfire, flood, pollution, and other hazards, mineral resource areas, and significant wildlife areas. The review shall consider the guidelines and recommendations as prepared by the appropriate agency to mitigate hazards or to protect resources. So that is, in a nutshell, your focus tonight. Some areas of conformance. So as you know, kind of based in the staff report, I go through a lot of material and then produce some findings. And those are not my opinions. Those are the findings of your staff, myself and all the consultants, the town engineer, the town attorney, everyone who's reviewed this file. That's what goes into your staff report and our recommendations. So as a staff, we feel that the plat does conform to the town's subdivision regulations and applicable engineering standards as conditioned. You'll see, and I'll get to these if we get there tonight, several conditions, most of which have to do with additional work that needs to happen with regard to Molite Park Road. Number 2, that the plat conforms with the community plan. We did look at the community plan. We looked at not only the community plan, but the next bullet talks about the 2011 annexation agreement. So, you know, if you're looking at some intentions by the town in 2011 that set forth zoning and very specifically referenced future development of these tracts, there's that. There's multiple goal areas within the community plan that talk about planning for growth and planning for amenities that the town has or needs. It talks a little bit about circulation and making sure that in the future we have better connectivity in this town, things like that. Obviously, our housing goals and policies were important in my review of that. So we feel that it does conform to those plans. We also feel that the plat and conceptual development plan exhibit efficient land use patterns. I'll let Tom and the district talk about their plans, but as I looked at this and thought about the fact that they had 46 acres to work with, and within 19 acres or just under half of that, they're placing this many units. They've done it in a pretty, I would say, sensitive manner. There's been some handouts, I think, put out in the application itself. There's multiple plan iterations or different kind of overlays of how they went about locating development to not avoid entirely, but avoid to the highest degree possible, amending any landforms out there. We've got existing parking lots that are disturbed land. So a lot of the development is happening in places that are already previously disturbed. That from a planning perspective and from a planning principle standpoint is really important. And I agree with Rob, we're not getting into details of what the houses are going to look like tonight or as part of this process, but that to me told me that they really took their time in looking at how can they do this in a sensitive manner and how can they weave in open space, trails, usable open space for the people that live there and try to minimize impacts to other portions of the district's property that might have other uses like the ball fields and things like that. So again, I won't steal Tom's thunder, but that is something that we looked at. We also felt that the plat and the conceptual development plan encourage a range of housing options. That is very apparent when you get into the phasing plan. And now we have more details about how they might go about partnering with different agencies. We've got different unit types. We've got duplex, townhome, and multifamily. So it's a range of housing types. The details of exactly what that housing plan looks like moving forward is not necessarily something we need to talk about tonight. They've demonstrated at a preliminary level that the district will exceed our housing requirements for our inclusionary housing regulations by a considerable amount, just in phase 1 of their development. So that's important as well. The subdivision, we feel, is located to take advantage of public transit services and to contribute to the town's pedestrian infrastructure within the 19 acres. So just the subdivision itself, not things happening outside it. They do have trails and paths that are going to help people get from the subdivision to the bus stop that's already there at Molloy Park. That was important to us as well, and something that we worked with them over the 2 years to make sure that we had a connection between the subdivision and the existing bus stop. And then utilities are available and service lines are in place or can be upgraded in close proximity to serve the project. That is also important. When we're looking at subdivisions, we don't have a lot of land in this town where we have what are called green development, where you're sprawling out and you're extending new lines, new water, new roads, water and sewer that cost the town money. This is already located in an area that has infrastructure in place, or it can be upgraded. So that has a lot to do with efficient development and economic development for the district and the town if we end up servicing this area. So we went into the planning commission process with, I wouldn't say just a couple, but 2 outstanding issues and topics of discussion that we knew we were going to want to talk about. One of them was Molloy Park Road. Again, there are several conditions recommended by staff that acknowledge the fact that within the subdivision itself, within that 19 acres, we've got a really good handle and have civil engineering drawings. What level do you think we're at?
60, 70.
Yeah. So, as with most preliminary plats, we have about a 60% design on roads, water, sewer. And we know that those can work and they can meet our standards. We have less clarity on the future status of Molloy Park Road. And so as several conditions of approval, there are other parties that have a lot to do with that road. This is a private easement, a privately maintained road within an easement. It is not a publicly maintained road. It might be someday. And not to get too convoluted, but the 2011 annexation agreement recognizes that in a number of ways. And that if there is development, and if that development in the future is not strictly school district development, the town might either want to or have the obligation to take over ownership and maintenance of that road. And Jeff, jump in anytime, but I didn't want to get into the weeds too much here. I'm just trying to summarize where we are. We know that's still those are details that need to be worked out. Battle North is another property owner. They have a lot to say about what happens with that road. We know that there might be cumulative impacts that affect traffic on that road, but we're not there yet. We don't have a proposal from Battle North. We're dealing with just the subdivision right now, and we have enough evidence to say that, in addition to the agreements that were made in 2011, we think that this can be served right now. But before the applicant can move to final plat, there's additional conversations and additional documentation that we need to see before they can even come in the door with final plat. So I think that's another potential misconception out there that, this is a done deal and we're going to have a ton of traffic. Tom will get into what their latest plans are for phasing. But I think that's important that we know that that's an issue and we're not washing our hands of it whatsoever. The other issue that we kind of came into the planning commission meetings with good knowledge that we want to talk about it is wildlife. Devin Duval from CPW, our district wildlife manager, was nice enough to come to both of those hearings, provide extensive testimony. There are concerns with that, and the applicant does have a wildlife mitigation plan. They've been working with CPW to hammer through some of the finer points of that and some of the disagreement areas. And again, I'll let Tom address the council on how he thinks they've addressed some of those things, some of the issues or recommendations that haven't been addressed or might not be addressed. With that, we also came out of those hearings, and I'll go over the planning commission summary here in a little bit. But we had some other issues come up during the planning commission, so I want to make sure those are on the record and you have an understanding. So in summary, we do feel that the 2011 annexation agreement and related ordinances, they zone this property mixed use which set that use up for mostly residential, but a range of residential uses, which this particular subdivision and their concept plan line up with very well. It also authorized development of up to 120 additional units on top of the 17 that are out there. The subdivision does comply with the mixed-use zoning and the density limits. The town has received sufficient levels of information and plans necessary to review conformance at the preliminary level and to make positive findings. The subdivision concentrates development on less than half of the available acreage. And then I'll go over these real quick. So the Planning Commission, we had 2 hearings. Again, CPW provided some testimony. We also spent a lot of time talking about Molite Park Road. One of the things that the Planning Commission wanted to make sure going forward is that Battle North be at the table for future discussions on Molite Park Road. And if you look at our conditions of approval, that's exactly what we're saying, is you're not getting to a final plat until you've had those discussions. We certainly have had discussions with representatives from Battle North. There is a letter from Battle North's attorney in your file that talk about their concerns. We have a response from our attorney to their attorney. We know we've got more discussions that need to happen, and we're not shying away from that or making any representations that is not an issue. But the Planning Commission certainly was concerned about that. They also brought up the idea, or just wanting to make sure that it's great that there's a trail leading from the subdivision to the bus stop. But there was a suggestion that perhaps there could be a trail or a sidewalk leading from the school to Highway 24. That has a lot to do with the existing 50-foot right-of-way. There's not a lot of room right now. There could be in the future, again, based on those conversations and future agreements with adjacent property owners. If that right-of-way gets widened, if the road alignment changes based on, civil engineering and things like that, then those things become more of a possibility. We also discussed district versus non-district development. There are some materials in your packet from the town attorney that kind of describe the meetings that we've had with the school districts council about what is district and non-district. I'll give it a shot. I think my layman's understanding is that district is school district facilities. Non-district, as we see it at the town, is Habitat for Humanity housing. So bringing another partner in that's developing housing on this track that isn't actually the school district. Even if that percentage of housing that would be developed by Habitat or some other developer is at this point small, we still deem that as non-district development. So that kicks in the possibility that the town might want to take over that road. And if we might want to take over that road, we're going to require a certain level of assessment of the existing road and then some coordinated planning of that road with Battle and with the town and with our town engineer of what does that future road look like and how much is it going to take from an engineering standpoint and who's going to pay for it. Those are decisions down the road. But again, I just want to, I'm trying my best to give due credit to the Planning Commission in their 2 hearings. They covered a lot of ground. They brought up quite a few issues that were important to them. Rental versus ownership, that was another line of questioning from some of your Planning Commission members. We don't think that that's necessarily germane to this particular application at this time. We don't have a final housing plan. I also don't know that our housing requirements or our housing guidelines really, once they've met the minimum, I don't think we have much to say about who they rent to or who they sell to. So we did talk about that though. Another issue that came up was the Arminda ditch. I'm going to let Tom take this one because he knows a lot more about it than I do, but part of the district's plan is the use of a ditch that is currently used historically to irrigate the ball fields. The issue came up of, and this came from Mr. Duvall, CPW brought up the work that he's done within CPW, talking with a wildlife biologist on staff at CPW about, well, geez, we don't know what the effect of using the Arminda ditch will be on Cross Creek. that was new information that came up. We had not heard that before. It didn't appear in any of CPW's comments. And I think the concern from at least one of our planning commission members was, well, maybe we should know more about what the impacts of the Arminda ditch are on the town's consumptive water use rights out of Cross Creek. I would say that we've already done that. Your water council and your water engineer, again, spent a ton of time looking at this proposal from their lens, consumptive use and water rights. We advised the planning commission that if they wanted to make that recommendation as part of their motion, that we need to look into that further, they could do that. So wildfire evacuation, that was another topic that came up. We do have a section of the application that provides mapping from Eco County that identifies this parcel as being within a moderate wildfire hazard zone. We also have a response from the Eagle River Fire Protection District that does not say anything about wildfire evacuation. It talks about the single point of access, Molite Park Road, being sufficient as long as the homes are sprinklered. There's comments about the need for a final hydrant plan in the future, making sure that the roads meet our standards for turning radii and things like that. So that was another one where we thought, well, and I know perhaps Tom has a response to this tonight, something that the district is willing to do, but that was another thing we said, well, that's a great comment. And if you want to make a recommendation, you can make that part of your recommendation, is that we look at that further. So that was another, I think that was the last thing that they brought up. The Planning Commission voted after quite a bit of discussion, 4-1 for a recommendation of denial. And that recommendation for denial is based on what the Planning Commission felt was non-compliance with our community plan and our subdivision standards with regard to safety. So. All right. I'm going to skip to the end. Thank you all for your patience. I'm sorry, that's a lot. So as with the Planning Commission, but they're a recommending body. You are, as Madison said, this is where the buck stops. So I went through the criteria that you're supposed to base any decision off of, and your options are to approve with conditions, deny the application, or to continue to a date certain. So I believe that is all I have for now.
Okay.
Yep.
Is Jeff gonna give us any enlightenment, or is there a need for you to speak up on your memo? Pretty straightforward, so we'll start. Yeah. Just before y'all completely glaze over here. The council does not see any information at all but for legal reasons. We hear it directly from staff, and then we hear from you. So this is information that we all need to hear. And if you need to take a nap, we don't mind. It's not going to hurt our feelings. So okay. So now we have the applicant's presentation. Tom Braun is the leader of the effort.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tom Braun, Braun Associates, representing the Eagle County School District. With me tonight is Bryson Beaver, the Chief Financial Officer at the district, Joe Reen, the Facility Manager. We have via Zoom Todd Golden, our Project Manager, and Kelly Colfer, our Wildlife Consultant. Phil Waldman was at the first two Planning Commission meetings. He had a conflict at a conference. He couldn't be here tonight. But we would like to share with you how we got to where we are today. And before we do, let me talk about how we got before you tonight with this 4-1 recommendation or denial from your Planning Commission. Yeah, I think both Scott and Madison addressed this, but just to be clear, we had 2 hearings, over 8 hours of discussion over the past couple of months. We went into both of those meetings with a staff memo recommending approval with conditions. It was very clear that the commission had some concerns with the project. They brought up new concerns that hadn't yet been brought up by referral agencies or by staff. which is all fair. That's part of how the process is supposed to work. The commission didn't, as a consensus kind of body, define here's our concerns, but it was pretty clear from the commentary of what they were. And Scott's mentioned a couple of those. They were uncomfortable with the current condition of Molloy Park Road. They were uncomfortable with the wildlife mitigation plan and where we're at with CPW at the current time. They brought up the Armenda ditch, and the biggest question there, I think, was how much water are we pulling out of the Armenda? And how do we know we're not pulling more than we should? A single point of access was brought up, even though the fire district signed off on it, the ambulance district signed off on it. Fair question. The other comment that Scott didn't mention that I would add to that list is, and this started with, I think, more comment from the community, but questions about existing users of the park and events, and how can the park continue to be used with the introduction of the housing out of Molloy Park. Another fair comment. I was asked if I would accept the tabling, and I did say no. That I wasn't interested in that. I wasn't trying to be confrontational. What I suggested as an alternative was that we craft conditions to address each of these 5 points in hopes that they would offer a recommendation of approval to you with 5 additional conditions to address these 5 topics. They chose not to do so, and I took my chance. We got denied. I asked for it. Didn't like it, but I asked for it. It wasn't brought upon by anybody else. It's just the way the process was playing out. I think what's important to keep in mind is we're at that preliminary plan stage. Everyone gets another bite of the apple at final plan. We submit a whole new application. Planning Commission gets to see it again. You get to see it again. In some jurisdictions, you get through preliminary, finals administrative. That's not the case. There's public notice, there's public hearings. We're going to be back here doing this again. So that just kind of helps you understand what happened that night and why. Briefly, both Rob and Scott talked about the 2011 agreement. These are kind of the 8 or 10 major points that were crafted and agreed upon in 2011. The town got 18 acres. The district got the opportunity for 120 additional units. We agreed to go through the subdivision process back then and not utilize any state statutory authority we had to kind of circumvent local land use review. We worked out some water things. We agreed to provide some easements, the amended ditch. The town has a first right of refusal if the district were to ever sell that water right. So all sorts of things were discussed in 2011. Along with that agreement is the zoning, and Scott mentioned this as well. That area in purple is the land that was conveyed to the town back in 2011. The area in green, the open space parcel, about 41, 42 acres, all the Cross Creek corridor, the steeper slopes right behind the school, the beautiful terraces south of the ball fields. We look at that land, and especially that land south of the ball fields. Hard to argue it wouldn't be pretty inviting development land, but in talking to Bill Andre at the time and the wildlife resources at that part of the site and how it's used, we felt that it should not be developed, and we created that, designated that with the zoning for open space. The area in red is the mixed use area that includes the school, the fitness center, the ball fields, the old community fund, the existing homes that are out there, and the 19 acres where this housing project is proposed within those 45 acres. One other thing we did in 2011 was the town code at that time required a 30-foot setback from water courses. It still requires 30 feet. We were asked to do 50. We said, okay. Otherwise, all the development standards in the Molloy Park character area came right from existing zone districts in town. So we didn't add more height. We didn't add more, lesser setbacks, more site coverage or anything else. We took the standards right from the town code. Next slide, Madison. Thank you. The site itself, let me talk just briefly about the physical characteristics, things that sometimes could affect development potential or design considerations. Geohazards, none. The state office confirmed that. Our subsoil, subsurface geotech analysis, nothing out of the ordinary for a site in the Eagle River corridor here. In terms of wetlands, we do have some wetlands associated with the Cross Creek corridor. They're shown in that kind of aqua blue color. We overlaid the plat on that drawing to show you that the lots and the development we're proposing are outside of those wetland areas, so we're not affecting wetlands. In terms of floodplain, we did have a nuance, if you would, with the FEMA mapping. The mapping of the floodplain line for Cross Creek was simply drawn incorrectly. And our hydrologist looked at that, ran models of the creek, worked with FEMA, and they recognized that it was not drawn correctly. And so we've resolved that concern that we initially had with where the floodplain line was drawn. It was drawn in the wrong place, and all of our lots are not affected by the floodplain. Slopes. This drawing has a lot of stuff on it. It's kind of hard to discern, but the red coloring that you see are the steeper slopes. And you see within the development site, all sorts of small little areas. Those are those small knolls and hillsides you see throughout Moray Park. We feel those are pretty key defining features of the property, and we'll talk more about how we're responding to those in a minute. But bottom line, no physical constraints within the mixed use area that would limit our ability to develop the property. The approach we took and how we got to the design that we put out on the table. First of all, the project itself evolved out of the district's 2020 housing master plan. That plan included a lot of recommendations. We canvassed all the district properties from here all the way down to Dot Cerro and identified a goal of creating 120 new housing opportunities. With what the district's done recently with 37 apartment units at the east end of Belmont High School, with master leasing, with collaborations with Habitat for Humanity, with 40 apartment units we just opened up in Gypsum last week. We're pushing 90 units already in 5 or 6 years. The district's been hitting this hard. It's important to understand that the 120 unit number was not built that and we're done. That's a starting point. We have 900 or 1,000 employees, a large number of employees. From survey information, a lot of those employees do own homes. Those employees tend to be the ones that started working here in the 80s and the 90s, a long time ago when housing was a little bit more attainable. They're going to gradually phase out and leave. We're going to backfill those with new young teachers who don't have the same opportunity. So we see our need for housing to go up and not down over time. Moray Park is a key part of this equation. The district does own one large property in Eagle that has some significant development challenges with respect to access, services, and that sort of thing. So we view Moray Park as a key resource to help us meet our housing needs. Next slide, if you could, Madison. Here's the site plan that Scott mentioned. It is an illustration. It's real in terms of it reflects the number of units that the zoning allows us to do, and that we're allowed to do by the development or annexation agreement. It is real in terms of it reflecting how we meet the Moray Park character area zoning, but we haven't designed any of the buildings yet. This is just an image to help people visualize what this project could look like when we build within the parameters that are established by zoning and the agreements and the town standards going forward. What we tried to do with this project, it reflects different housing types. It reflects an attempt to create buffers between homes and the different development sites. If you look at this plan, most every unit has open space to some level behind it or in front of it. We didn't want to just create a dense pack kind of subdivision, but wanted to respond to the site and do a design that reflected and met some of the goals of the school district, create a viable, livable community. Next slide, if you could, Madison. That design approach evolved out of some guiding principles that the school board adopted some time ago. Visionary statements, things that we use to guide decisions with how the project was put together. Create an affordable, attainable community for district staff to foster stability. Provide a variety of housing types. Provide a livable, walkable neighborhood that will create a sense of community. Design a community that's sensitive to the natural environment. Acknowledge the existing educational, recreational, and public uses at Moray Park. define creative partnerships to be efficient with public taxpayer dollars. All of those things are what we had in the back of our mind as we put this plan together. The effort with where the housing was located, as Scott mentioned, we could, by zoning, if put this housing anywhere within that 46-acre mixed-use parcel. It only made sense to put it where we did. We kept away from the ball fields. We clustered the development to the north end of the site to minimize impacts on the Nordic Trail system. We left the school use untouched and unencumbered by the proposal. This also happens to be where water lines are, sewer lines are. It involves a less extensive run of new roadways, so it was efficient from that standpoint. It became very, very easy to focus development in a part of the site that has largely been already disturbed by development, be it the existing homes, the old school, the park, the roads, what have you. Next slide, if you could. Oh, I showed you this diagram a minute ago, and we're zooming in a little bit tighter. You can see the existing homes that are out there in red, the steeper slopes shown in the red. Those are those knolls that we tried to respond to with our site design. This drawing on the left, the red blobs, if you will, those are those shallow hillsides. The drawing on the right shows those same hillsides with the addition of the yellow, where we're grading out those knolls. We are affecting a couple on the northwestern portion of the site, but as you can see, by and large, we've kept most of those knolls intact. Some may get a little narrow, where we're grading the roads in and that sort of thing, but we worked hard to try to maintain that physical feature, and we felt it was important to how the site's going to look as the property is developed. Here's the site plan again in yellow. I just identified where we're trying to save some of those areas, again, to create separation and open space and open feeling in and around virtually all of the development sites within the project. The other aspect of this layout that I did not mention is when you look at workforce housing up and down the valley, they generally tend to occur on the sea level building sites, not the nicest properties imaginable. The homes, particularly those on the north and west side of the site, with their orientation across creek with the views off to the north and to the east. This is an A property, and the fact that workforce housing can go on this site, I think, is a unique and very positive thing, given the quality of the site and the environment that Moline Park offers. Thank you, Madison. Let's talk about some development considerations, starting with the district and non-district definition. Thank you. As Scott mentioned, the 2011 agreement defines district development basically as anything the district has a right to do by statute. Schools, administration buildings, bus barns, but we specifically excluded bus barns from this site at the request of the town back in 2011. Support facilities, athletic fields, all the things that are related to education. Statutes also allow the district to construct teacherages. Teacherages are not defined by statute, but they're widely assumed to mean housing for district staff, which is what this project is all about. Non-district development would include other residential development. I think recreational uses are listed, and I think one other use, I forget what that is. Why that's important? Two implications. District development will qualify for a certain number of credits on water taps based on the 1964 water agreement between the town and the district. I don't think it's a lot of units, but that would only apply to district development, not non-district development. And then, as Scott mentioned, we do non-district development, and it triggers a couple things with regard to roads. It says the town will take on the maintenance of roads, but before that happens, the district has to make sure those roads are built up to town standards, which is totally common, totally fair. Whether that's road width, curves, shoulder dimensions, whatever, it also means, is there the appropriate amount of subgrade and subbase material under the asphalt? And so we do non-district development, and that kicks in that obligation for the road work and road improvements and dedication of the road. The district's intention with Moline Park is this is a staff housing project. As I think Scott or Madison alluded to, I'll touch on the habitat collaboration in a minute, but What we want to do is going to trigger non-district development, even if it is a Habitat collaboration on a project that's substantially for district staff. That kind of leads us to housing requirements, and Madison, can you go to the next slide? The town requirement says you do a housing project with more than 5 units, 20% of units must be deed restricted to be owner occupied, and 10% must be capped at no more at a price so that it can be attainable an AMI of no more than 120% of the AMI. We are talking about 137 total units. 20% of those to be owner occupied is 27 of the 137. 10% price capped, 14 units. Or if you were to do both, 27 units that are both owner occupied restricted or price cap restricted. So that's the baseline requirement. That's our obligation to meet as we develop this project. Madison, thank you. We'll talk more about the phasing here, but we're looking at 2 phases. The first one would allow for about 97 units, the second one about 40. And you see here the various number of restricted units that amount of development would trigger. What will happen is when we come in for the first phase of development, let's say it's that parcel on the south and left end of the drawing there in purple, that's designated for 21 units. That would trigger a requirement for, I believe it's 4 owner occupied restricted units and 2 price cap units, or 4 that include both restrictions. Next phase comes along, we'll apply that same 10 to 20%, and that phase will have to meet that requirement. And that's what your code says, and that's what we will abide by, because that's what your rules are. That leads us to our plans to collaborate with our partners at Habitat for Humanity. We've done 2 projects with Habitat already, one in Gypsum, one in Eagle. We are breaking ground or have broken ground on a 3rd project in Gypsum. All total about 35 or so units that have been constructed. It is a model that came together a few years ago, and it's been incredibly successful. Emily, I think from Habitat, is here tonight. She could tell you that their office is continually contacted by other Habitat organizations throughout the country to understand, how did you put this together? How does it work? How's it working? It's become a model for other jurisdictions, and it's something that we're all very proud of. How the deal works is the district has land, the Habitat does not have land. Habitat's really good at building houses, the district's not so good at building houses. So the district conveys land to Habitat for $1 or $10 or whatever you have to do when you give people land. In exchange for that, Habitat builds the homes. 100% of those units are owner occupied restricted, as well as price capped up to 100% AMI, 20% less than your own standard. The other part of our arrangement is 75% of those homes that are built by Habitat are marketed directly to district staff. 25% Habitat sells on the open market and to any family that qualifies through their family selection process. We do that way because it allows Habitat to further their mission of serving the entire public, not just the school district. And what it does is it effectively shares the benefit of these projects in this collaboration with not just district staff, but the broader community. So we've got a letter of intent that would involve 4 different parcels. They're shown there in that tan color. They total about 63 units. 2 of those sites are in phase 1, 33 homes in that phase. 30 of those homes are in phase 2. If this all works as we intend and plan, and I'm sure we will because of the success we've had in the past, we complete phase 1 and we will have satisfied 122% requirements for community housing for the entire project. We get phase 2 done and we're at 230% of your requirement for the entire project. So while you have your standards and requirements for community housing, we intend to exceed those by quite a bit, because it's helping us accomplish a lot of goals. It helps Habitat, it helps the community. And that's the direction that we are going with how we'll address affordability within the project. Something I think resonates very well with some of the goals of the town strategic plan and other master plan documents. And next slide, if you could, Madison. Traffic and circulation. We have submitted a traffic analysis of the project. Currently, Malloy Park, based on counts taken in November of a year or so ago, about 900 trips a day in and out of the site with the existing homes, the fitness center, and the school. Our 120 additional units will generate just under 800 trips a day. We included that traffic analysis with our application to the town as well as to CDOT. They have approved an access permit for our adding to the development on a road that accesses the state highway system, Highway 24. That approval includes a requirement that we expand the existing right turn lane by a couple hundred feet. It was built a number of years ago. It wasn't quite long enough, and they want us to expand that, lengthen that turn lane by a couple hundred feet. No other requirements were identified by CDOT as necessary relative to turn lanes or signals or anything else. As Scott mentioned, we have been chatting with Battle North. They own the land the easement is on. We maintain the road, but it's within an easement. And so we have talked to them about their plans for the road, how they'll utilize it for access to their development. And we've got a meeting upcoming here, I think in the next 10 days to talk further about what their road are, what ours are, how we're going to work together to make that happen. There were comments about the condition of the current road. We looked at that and we addressed it in our submittal. The road stand, as you see there, the lane width, grades, curb radius, sight lines, intersections, cross slope, those are all kind of the standard development standards for road design. The only one that we saw where we were not in compliance with some road standards would be the cross slope. We were off by 1% or 2% on how the road is angled and how it drains. But we will be addressing that further with Jeff and the town staff leading up to final plan. The staff has said that the road is generally suitable. I forget the exact terminology to serve the additional 120 units, but we will sharpen the pencil on that to see if there isn't anything we need to do to improve that road relative to the 120 units we're proposing and asking for your approval for tonight. The Planning Commission did bring up a trail Scott mentioned, and what I told the commission is that we can't do anything outside of the easement. The easement's 50 feet wide, and roads built today will usually be centered right within that 50-foot easement, and you might have 10 feet on either side to put a trail. This road meanders and wiggles and waggles all through those 50-foot, that 50-foot easement. And so we can't keep that trail on one side of the road the whole length, the way the current road is located and the way the easement is situated. Battle has indicated that the town has talked to them about the importance of a trail. That will be one of the topics we'll be talking about with Battle in the coming weeks and months as we work out final resolution of how we're going to address the road. So no one's saying no to a trail. It's just a matter of when we can say it. We need our neighbor to work together on how that is going to happen and discuss then when it should happen and that sort of thing. Another aspect of circulation, I think Scott mentioned this, a little bit tough to see here, but we've got a network of internal walking paths throughout the community. We've got 6-foot wide paths basically running along the road from the community down to the fitness center, and then a series of 4-foot informal walking paths that meander between the various development sites within the community. Next slide, Madison. Services, Eagle River Water and Sand handles sewer. They've provided an ability to serve letter. The shallow utility providers have done the same. We're working with their staff on water service. One thing that we will be doing that came up not all that long ago from staff is the pump that delivers water up to the small tank up above Malloy Park is probably in no better shape than your water treatment plant. And then the town said you really need to replace that. And we're working on that design. It'll be a 2-pump system. So we've got one backup. But that will be a part of our final plan application that will tie into your new water tank, send the water up the hill, come back down to serve Malloy Park. As Scott mentioned, the road system, I think we got a few I's, the dot and T's to cross there, but the design of the interior loop road is very close to being ready for final design. Next slide, Madison. The amended ditch came up during this last meeting with the Planning Commission. Little difficult to see there. The slides are kind of light or the movement too bright. But the head gate for the amended ditch is on Forest Service property directly south of the ball fields, a few hundred feet south. That ditch will run up to a point about to the middle of the ball fields, right along the toe of the slope on the east side. At that point, we'll draw water from the head gate to that point. We'll have some water storage, either cisterns, maybe a small pond. We'll put it into a pump that will then pump water on the ball fields to keep those watered, as well as we'll send water up into the subdivision to provide a fairly small amount of irrigated area within the community. I think we're looking at about 2.5 acres of water. We don't want to go crazy, but we want to provide some water for landscaping around these homes. The 2011 agreement explicitly says we cannot use treated water, which is a bad idea anyway. So we'll have the cost of operating and installing this system, but it's what we need to do to make things work. We're in the design process now with our consultants on that whole system, but that too will be a part of our final plat application, so the town will see how we're handling that. The decree, the right within the Armenda is for 3 CFS. The district owns 1/6 of that, or a half a CFS. Battle North owns the remainder of that water right. So we take out a fairly small amount of the Armenda water right for Malloy Park. Wildfire, Scott mentioned, we're at a moderate wildfire designation based on the county mapping. We did provide some wildfire mitigation requirements within our narrative. I expect those will be carried through and made a part of our subdivision improvement agreement as we're going towards final plat, dealing with vegetation management, kind of materials you use, and those sorts of things. We've been working with CPW on a wildlife mitigation plan that's intended to minimize the impact of this housing project on our wildlife resources. Next slide, if you could. That process started actually in 2011 when we did this zoning by making the Cross Creek corridor open space, by all of that land on the south end of the property, making that open space. That was done in large part in deference to wildlife. We further that by where we located the development within an area that's already developed. The new development footprint is pretty small. This slide shows the elements of the master plan that I would say we're generally in lockstep with CPW, things that can be done to minimize the activity and impacts from the new homes that will be developed at Malloy Park. The items in red are things that we added between the first and second planning commission meeting. Next slide, if you could, Madison. We do have 5 areas that were not totally aligned with CPW just yet. One of them is what the district's appropriate role is in pursuing seasonal trail closures of existing social trails that leave Malloy Park and get onto social trails on Forest Service land. CPW would like to see those closed. We have no qualms with that, but the question is, what's our role and what's CPW's role? And we're working through that. CPW asked that the district reclaim any new social trails that may be established on district land. We're working through what our role should be in that as well. Probably one of the biggest ones is CPW's asked for a restriction on exterior construction between November 15th and April 15th. It's 5 months out of the year. That is impactful to the efficiency and cost of construction. You heard conversations earlier tonight about demobilization costs. What's going to happen is they'll go out there, mobilize in the spring, have to demobilize in the fall, remobilize in the spring. That is time and money. Oftentimes when these kind of things happen, you will continue to pay the contractor's upper level staff to keep them available come springtime. So it's an important consideration and one that we're going to continue to work with CPW on. CPW asked that for a restriction that Malloy Park residents not be allowed to have dogs. We're working on some alternatives on that as well. And finally, CPW asked that the residents or the project pay into a wildlife fund via real estate transfer tax or HOA fee or some other means. We resisted that because of what we're trying to do by attaining affordability. It was kind of contrary to that goal. But again, we'll keep talking with CPW about that. Since the last meeting, I've had conversations with our consultant, the district's consultant. We've already got some ideas about things that we can do to hopefully get closer in alignment with CPW, and we're committed to doing so over the course of the next couple of months. Nordic Trails, a lot of conversation about this. We started talking to Dan Weiland from Ski Club back in 2023 about how this project can be integrated with his Nordic Trails. There will be an effect. The drawing on the right, you can see in blue a trail that loops around and comes back towards the school. That would be displaced by the housing. The dashed red line is a realignment crafted by Dan, given to us, and we drew it up. And as far as demonstrating how that trail can be realigned and his 5K track can still be maintained. If you look at that little inset drawing to the left, that green square or rectangle is where we're talking about the trail changing. You see the rest of the trail that's unencumbered or unchanged by the housing. So we're affecting a pretty small percentage of the overall Nordic Trail system. And in my last conversations, while I think Dan would tell you he would wish we weren't doing housing out there, he is comfortable with our proposed solution for his trail system. Related to that, the public uses the park extensively 12 months of the year. When Nordic programs are going on, there's quite a few people back there that park and stage where the old community fund building used to be. We will make that parcel available for as long as until we develop it. In its current condition, it continue to function to be a parking area for the park. We have then indicated that we would provide a parking lot of 20 spaces in that area on a permanent basis to meet the parking requirement. That number came from conversations with Dan about what he needed to host an event. When teams come in bands, they need a place to come and unload and load up and that sort of thing. And so we have been responsive to how this project can be integrated and keep the Nordic Trail system whole, if you will. Finally, phasing. I mentioned phase 1 and phase 2. That red line kind of demarcates that. 97 units in phase 1, 40 in phase 2. This drawing indicates that the existing homes are shown in red. The proposed road system, utility system is overlaid on that drawing. You can see that we built that whole project in one fell swoop, and all of those homes are going to be displaced. The owners came to the district, residents out there came to the district a year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe, and said in so many words, can you design around us for a while? Can you build over there and keep us in place as long as we can? And the school board said to me, can we do that? And that's what we have done. Next slide, if you could, Madison. The drawing on the left, it's really difficult to see with the lighting here, but the existing road stays in place past the fitness center. It winds around and stays in place to provide access to all the 16 homes. The new road, about 3/4 of the loop road, will be built and loop around the site and tie back in. There is one home that does need to be removed, one out of the 16. But we would build that phase, and that would allow us to develop 97 units. At some point, we'd come in and do phase 2, and that then would require the relocation of those homes by building the rest of the road as designed. And in place of those 16 homes, we're able to do 40 homes. So that's how the project would be phased. Again, the residents came to us, the board was understanding, and we took steps to try to address their request. So as I mentioned, the key topics of discussion, and I think Scott and I were aligned on his summary, with the exception maybe of the event and use of Molloy Park discussion. Each of these were brought up. There's no issue at all with the district addressing them. The question becomes, when do we address them? Now as part of preliminary, or as part of the final plat process when the commission and council both get to see the application again? We prefer that latter scenario. I'll explain why in a second. Allison, if you could, or Madison. Malloy Park Road. This one is a little bit curious because the staff already had a condition for how we need to address Malloy Park Road as a part of the final plat. It wasn't acceptable to the commission apparently. But two things need to be done. Jeff has written 2 letters. One of them addresses just taking a harder look at the existing road to see if there's anything we need to do before we start doing development and adding more homes better to load off that road. The second letter addresses what Jeff wants to see in our design plans for final plat to bring that road 100% up to snuff so it's suitable for dedication to the town. So both of those things will be taken care of as a part of the final plat process. We'll know if anything needs to be done to the road immediately, and we'll know what needs to be done in order for it to be dedicated. The next one is a new condition that we have offered, and that is to continue to work with CPW on the wildlife mitigation plan. Our hope is that we can find a balance and something that works for CPW that they're comfortable with, and the community is comfortable with, that we are also comfortable with, and that's our goal. We would have that plan submitted and really get down into the weeds of that mitigation plan during the final plat process. Events and use of the park. You may recall when I talked about the district's guiding principles, recognizing existing uses of the park was one of the things the district would like to do with this development. We focused on coordination with Ski Club Vail. It was brought up that there are a number of other groups that use the park for events, activities, programs. And what we've agreed to do is to reach out to all of them, define how they use the park, when they use the park, what their parking needs might be, and put together a management plan so that we can blend the housing with the use of the park going forward. Again, something that we can go back to you with at final plan. This was a new item that came up during the planning commission meeting just last week. Emergency evacuation plan. Absolutely. We'll look at it. This came up for the first time. As I mentioned, the fire and ambulance providers have indicated or okay with one point of access. That doesn't mean we don't need a plan to deal with any kind of evacuation scenario. And we'll look at that and come back with something at final. The amended ditch, we're rebuilding the headgate. We will commit to having measuring devices so we can monitor and we can make that data available to the town to confirm that we're not taking more than our water right out of their min. Again, fair comment. Happy to take care of that. The pace of development. This is one that actually Phil Qualman suggested. I don't know that we heard a lot of specific comments about the pace of development, but the thought evolved out of making it very clear that we're not going to pop 137 rooftops in 2 years. It's going to be a long-term play. And so what we've proposed is that with our final plat and probably again in the subdivision improvement agreement, we'll cap our development year 1 through 5, no more than 48 units. Year 6 through 10, 49 units, not 1 through 5, 48 units in year 6 through 10. That's phase 1. Phase 2 would not occur until year 15 or 11 to 15. So 10 years out. What that does is 2 things. It tells the residents of Malloy Park that they can remain in place for at least 10 years. Something that I would suspect that they would be happy to hear. What this also does is it takes a little pressure off of what needs to be done to address Malloy Park Road, knowing that we're only doing 49 units in the first 5 years as opposed to doing 137 is a very different situation, and one that I think and Phil thought, and we all think could just take a little pressure off in terms of how we're dealing with the road situation. Not that we're looking to defer any action on the road, but it just gives everybody a perspective that this is not going to be developed overnight. We're going to take our time and develop as the need arises. Why is the timing of condition of approval important, and why am I asking you to pass along approval tonight with these new conditions? It's all about getting started. As Scott mentioned, we submitted plans in November of 2023. And things just take time. That's the way it is. If we can get an approval tonight and start working towards final plat with our final engineering, our SIA, responding to all these additional points that have been brought up, we have a chance to get through your final plat process and get most of our roads and utility work done in 2026. That means Habitat can start building homes in 2027. That's very important to us, and that's what we're hoping to accomplish. That's what we had hoped to work with the planning commission on. It didn't work out, but that's my biggest ask of you tonight is an approval with these conditions. We've got work to do, but it's a matter of when we do it. If we do it now, preliminary is going to drag out into early spring. We then have to do our final plat work. We won't be approved in time to do anything in 2026. Personal problem, I know that's our issue, but that's why we're asking for what we're asking for. So to wrap up, and sorry for the long-winded presentation, but I think this is all information that you're seeing it for the first time. You need to hear it. We're in line with the 2011 agreement. We're in line with the zoning in place on the property. We conform to the standards. We conform to the master plan. This is not me saying this. This is your staff saying this. I tend to agree with them. We have staff conditions of approval. I think there were 6, maybe 7, all intended to address things at the final plat stage. We added 5 more, all to address specifically comments that came out of the planning commission discussion. So we're not saying we don't want to listen to that, we don't deal with it. We're saying we're happy to deal with it. The question is when. There was, I think, if you look at any land use files, conditions of approval and preliminary that are dealt with at final, this is not a common thing at all. I think if you were to look at Belden Place or maybe Minturn North, I suspect you had more conditions that preliminary for those projects than we're looking at here. It's a very standard kind of thing. We would ask for your consideration of that request. There was mention of Mike not being here tonight. If you feel you have significant legal issues that would preclude you from making a decision tonight, I respect that and totally understand. If you don't, just because he's not here, I would ask you to consider taking action tonight, an affirmative action. Again, keep in mind, it's a preliminary plan, not a final plan development. If you come back and do this again. You got letters, you'll hear testimony tonight. People don't want to see development. They don't want to see development in Malloy Park. They don't want to see development that might affect how they've gotten accustomed to using the park for many, many years. I get that. I understand that. And I appreciate those perspectives. What I don't get are the rumors and misinformation that's been spread around, particularly the Vale Daily article. The district did not incorporate any input from VSSA. That drawing you saw was basically drawn by Dan Weiland from VSSA. Or Ski Coville, I'm sorry. The comment that none of the Habitat homes are designated for teachers or staff. Hopefully you heard what I said earlier. 75% of them are going right to district staff. I don't know where these thoughts came from. It's not aiding the process for this kind of stuff to be out there. What I also don't understand is how the need for housing is just fallen off this dialogue. It's been lost. I don't believe your planning commission said a single thing about the housing that we're trying to create. I don't think they said a single thing positive about the project. And that's fine. They don't have to be positive about a project. All they need to do is review it relative to the criteria, not what they like, what they don't like. The need is acute. I think we all know that. The district has incredible challenges recruiting and retaining. Every employer in this valley does. Every employer in the mountain community does. We've got the agreement in place. We've got the zoning in place. We've got the safe rails, guardrails necessary to ensure that the key factors are looked at in more detail at final plat. And we would respectfully ask for your consideration to pass this along with that approval this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
At this time, before we get into the questions, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
Recording of it. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. So, so here at this time, we're gonna open up the public hearing. Consider it open. We will,
Questions?
just do first come, first serve.
Did you want us to ask questions before public comment?
I thought you said 2 rounds.
Yes. No, no.
Right, that-
Yes,
so-
yes. Okay, yeah.
Question.
Council questions.
And staff provided us one point of clarification real quick. That came to our knowledge. One of the things in that CPW letter was a request on a real estate transfer tax. We just want to make it clear that the town council doesn't have the authority to do a real estate transfer tax without voter approval because most of the existing real estate transfer taxes were approved prior to Tabor, and that was in 1992. So just want to clarify that.
All right, so for our questions, please ask. You ask away, raise your hand, then I'll recognize you. I recognize Councilman Bryan.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynn was second and Gusty was third.
Try to go quickly. Well, first, thank you everybody for coming. I know want to address again. Hello, I'm gonna go. Yeah, thanks for coming. It's we're not unfortunately discussing whether or not development can happen. This is that's done in the 2011 agreement. The rights for these units are out there. We're talking about lines on the map and the horizontal kind of layout of the community. Do I personally wish this would be happening? Infill development in town, non kind of car needed? Yes, but that's not where we are. So moving past that, Millett Park is a super special place. My daughter was just out there for Nordic Future Stars tonight out there. We spend a lot of time out there in the summer and the winter. And I applaud the applicant for going above and I think beyond to fit a very small development. They had the rights to do a lot, and we're I think if this was a private developer, we'd see a very different plan coming forward with the entitlements in that and the use by rights in that past development. A couple of questions I had. So in regards to the road, I know Jeff has been working on that. My take on roads in general, and what we learned in Minturn North is that the smaller and the curvier, the better. What we saw happen in Minturn North is we have a big old yellow double lined asphalt road now, and people are going 100 miles an hour down Minturn North Road. So to me, the most important part about the road is making sure the design stays curvy and stays small, and the design is encouraged to keep people going a responsible speed while providing safe access to emergency vehicles and things like that. Second, could we pull up really quickly the map? I just want to, is there any way to have that up, or just the one that's on the front page of everything? That is probably the easiest way to go about it.
Slide 15 when you get it up.
Maybe we can keep that.
And while you're pulling that up. So I have a question about kind of some of the CPW comments and some of the maybe initial drawings. So I spend a lot of time working on developments and recreational use and trails and things like that. I'm going to pull up use a couple of examples. Back in the mid 2010s, I worked on a project with the Eagle River Watershed Council, as they know back then, and we brought over 100 volunteers over to the Brett Ranch area. We spent all day fixing social trails to that were created along the river access on the end of that down there. We spent so much time, had so much fun putting willows in and doing all this stuff, putting up signs, explaining to people why we were proposing this. Within a week, someone had taken a lawnmower to it and thrown all the signs in the trash and destructed everything we'd done back there. That was probably one of the first times that I realized if you don't give people access to something in a managed way, they're going to create it and they are going to fight every tooth and nail to create that kind of access. And if you try to put up fences, they're going to cut down the fence and jump over them. Another example I'll use just recently is over in Gypsum by the airport neighborhood, Sienna Lake. there's a dog park and a playground that kind of dead ends, and there's no defined trails into the existing trail system back there. If you go run around back there, there are spider webs of trails connecting every direction. It looks like when you fly over Kansas and you see the cows, like going through the fields. So it's just another example. If you don't provide people access to these things, this is a recreational area, they're going to create this, and we're going to play whack-a-mole, destroying, illegal stream accesses every 10 feet, doing all sorts of things. So if we don't keep this in mind, and I think one specifically, I'm going to go over here and point. You have all of these houses here around here. If you think that those people won't create just graded social trail accesses to the river, and there was a specific point in the CPW comments that says like prevent any access to existing legal trail networks, you're insane if you think people are going to just be pinned up like cattle in this beautiful area that's known for recreation and not go access these things. So that we can protect fishing access, we can protect access like that. I would highly recommend we have some sort of plan where we have either a perimeter trail around here and access around here, and then defined 1 or 2 access points in a safe and friendly place. Because if you don't, you're going to have tens of them, and we're going to be playing whack-a-mole for years, and I'm going to have to be doing management and closure things and all sorts of stuff that are just going to get torn down. So that would be my input on that. I've spent a lot of time working on that kind of things. Second, I applaud the Nordic trails. I think specifically, my daughter does some of the races out there. We've done cross country races out there. I'd love to see just a comment on from Dan maybe, or kind of how that would impact that course specifically. Just in basic research, there's some if you did a development on a golf course and severely impacted the golf course and didn't kind of lead off with like, hey, this is our impacts to the golf course and this is what we're going to do, it would feel really weird. There's a lot of golf course communities in this valley. This is like one of the coolest free Nordic areas that you can go to, snowshoe, dog walk, all that. So I would love to see just kind of like a better thought out plan of like what the races are going to look like, or what the 5K loop is going to look like. And maybe you could even incorporate that with the perimeter loop in order to minimize the impact on that. But overall, I think you've done an excellent job. One last thing, the biggest hurdle towards building affordable housing in this valley and the nation and probably the world is onerous timelines and endless conditions and process hurdles. If we want to make meaningful progress in this country, in this county, we have to take this seriously and move this along and not just kind of throw spaghetti at the wall trying to stop it, because there is a use by right out there. So that would just use that comment. I applaud Habitat and you all for working to bring this plan forward. Did I go 5?
Did any of those are we following up after?
I'm sorry.
Are we following up questions after?
Mm-hmm.
Or just okay, gotcha.
So I guess I get the next question. So I know what you're proposing is to do your wildlife mitigation plan as something that part of the final plat process. And you don't want to do it at this stage. But one of my concerns and questions has to do with the aspects of the recommendations by Colorado Parks and Wildlife that reference the preliminary plat and where the houses are placed right now. And I want to ask you some questions about that, if I may. And before I do that, I want to mention that under my reading of the 2011 agreement, it says not just once, but twice in 2 different provisions that the compliance with the development must strictly, and they use that word twice, comply with the Malloy character area requirements. And going back to the Malloy character area requirements and the strict compliance requirement takes us to the preservation of wildlife resources and to just the natural resources in general, this very, very, very special area that is so important to so many of us in Minturn. And the not only for the preservation of wildlife, but also for recreational use. And that recreational use and the availability of the parks, and specifically the softball field, was part of the original Minturn 2009 3-mile plan for annexation for the Malloy Park. And that's also referred to in terms of the 2000 agreement, that there will be compliance with that. So the 3 requirements I want to ask you about, and these aren't requirements, these were recommendations by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And they talked about that Malloy Park at this time has irreplaceable high priority habitats and is critical for survival of the elk herd. It is that the development as platted will increase human use by many times, and will adversely impact elk and moose and increase conflicts with the mountain lions and bears, etc. And the 3 recommendations that you didn't deal with in your presentation are, the first one was not, well, they recommended reduced density, but we are bound to that by the 2011 agreement, was to reduce the footprint. And I think your response was that the footprint was small, but I'm wondering if you really thought about, if I could approach that picture. I think most of the wildlife concerns come from this direction. And I think the existing parking lot, it's hard to tell from this drawing, but as I look at this picture, the existing parking lot structure is here. And the gate is here. There's this berm right now, which is not disturbed. I mean, that's not disturbed territory. There's, I believe, a hiking trail and a sign that starts right here.
Just to sum up for those online, Councilor Feiger is referring to the parking lot area and the area in the south in this image on the presentation.
Yes, it could be pulled back. You take the same number of units and pull it back and condense it here. I think that for a lot of people, it would be a lot more acceptable. And I think it would be much better for wildlife. So that's one thought. I don't know what you think about that.
Councilor Feiger was talking about reducing the footprint maybe of the development, not in a unit size, but in the way that it shows up on the site.
Yes, as recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
I'm not entirely sure I fully understand the change that you're talking about.
I'm saying the most controversial portion of the current plat, I would think, is this part here and this part here. And if you could pull everything back, condense it. I mean, they're surrounded by open space. They don't need the other open space.
They meaning the residents?
Yes. They're in one of the most fantastic, incredible areas anywhere on the planet. But just condense it more. That's one question I have. The second question I have relating to the recommendations that you also didn't talk about is they recommended a 75-foot setback from the river. And again, we're talking about strict compliance and very sensitive, delicate situation with respect to the preservation of existing wildlife there.
Can you respond to that?
Yes, and well, I know that you agreed to 50 feet, but I'm wondering, even though Minturn code doesn't require that, why you might not think about 75 feet.
Because Minturn code does not require it. We're already doing more than what the Minturn code requires. And we believe 50 feet is an ample setback.
Well, Minturn code, that's for every place in Minturn. We're talking about a very special place with a special character and special requirements for strict compliance with the Malloy Park character area, which specifically talks about the necessity of preserving wildlife. And I don't think you have the wildlife concerns that you have in Malloy Park to the same extent in other areas along the river in town. So that's one question I have. And then the third part is that the Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommended is maintaining and constructing vegetation hills and buffers. And could we go back to the slide that shows those the brown area and the golden?
Talking about the site disturbance.
Yes, there it is.
We can get another mic.
So right now, by putting housing outside of this existing disturbed area, you have to basically remove half of this natural berm here that exists. And I would think that berm, which is now includes a hiking trail, and many of us have hiked along there, it is important to be maintained. So my question is whether you might think about preserving that and again consolidating your housing units behind it.
Just to clarify, Councilor Feiger's question was reducing the area of impacts and consolidation of units on the site plan.
Not a disturbed area. This is a disturbed, but this is not a disturbed area. And all that, I think I've used up my 5 minutes. Got lots more, but.
Thank you, Lance. Jesse?
Oh, first I want to start thanking everybody, your staff, the planning commission, school district for what all they've done with this, the residents for all the comments, all the agencies that was asked for their input. I know a lot went into this. We just got it Friday and I have 621 pages here I'm looking at. So you guys, I know, have done a lot of work. I want to start off with my biggest concern is the road. I think before we basically take possession of it, all the upgrades really need to be done. Our community plan, one of the big points in there is connectivity. And we've been talking about a walking trail, but it seems like everybody's focused on doing it next to the road. And I'm wondering if there's any way, because you guys have done a great job having connectivity in your project with, basically walking areas. If we could connect it without having to go alongside the road, is there any way we could go maybe from like VSSA to where the bus stop is and the parking lot, and maybe across the street, have a crossing that goes over to the fitness center instead of just trying to be parallel with the road? Maybe we could do it, basically on some of your property that would access it without having to worry about that 10-foot right away on there. The other thing is their mended ditch. I know that we have it in there as a condition, and it's showing basically putting a gauge to track how much is going through it or how much water. I guess I have a concern with the drought year, since we're looking at that basically down the gun barrel right now with not getting any snow this year, is we could get a plan together showing on a drought year that water wouldn't be pulled from there in the ditch for irrigation, because it indirectly would affect your guys' domestic water anyway. If Cross Creek runs low enough and we can't supply water, you're affected with domestic water. So I'd like to see something maybe worked out between your guys' water engineer and our water attorneys or engineers to come up with a plan for when we do have drought years.
So if I could, some kind of trigger point where the flow's got to some certain level,
That would be
we
perfect.
would agree to not draw water.
Because I think Eagle River's trying to do that on their plan to fill Bolts Lake, and that's the way they have theirs too. And it basically pulls most of their water, like in the spring when you have runoff. But when you're looking later in the year, and if it's a drought year and the creek's running low and you're not getting anything, I just don't want to see us, really put what we're trying to put in the headgate for domestic water being really limited. And then my third final question that came up when you were showing like Habitat for Humanity, that it was going to be 100% deed restricted. That's their portion, correct? That's the deed restricted. It's just the humanity portion, the Habitat for Humanity.
We will provide deed restrictions as necessary to meet what your code requirements are. With our LOI with Habitat, we're assuming that all those requirements would be met by the homes Habitat's gonna build.
Okay, so theirs would be all deed restricted pretty much, is that?
Habitats would,
All Habitats would be.
and they're here, they could confirm that for you.
Okay, then what was your guys' number that you're gonna basically have for employees for the school district? What percentage was that? Do you,
Of the Habitat?
no, of your portion?
Well, you said 75 and 25, but that
Of
was.
the non-habitat.
Yeah, what was the
Oh, the
non-habitat?
intention there is that that would be district housing built by the district for district staff.
Yeah, but that part would be all district staff, so you're just having two basically options on there. It'd be district staff housing, and then you'd have Habitat, and then those would be 100% deed restricted. Then, am I reading that right?
If I understand you correctly, I think you are.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you. Thanks for all your work too. Thank you.
No, I'm next.
No, I'm not.
So I know. So that's why I have 2 rounds of questioning and 4 for you. So on that note, so you can satiate Councilwoman Feiger, could you please answer her questions, since obviously you really didn't get an opportunity to do
I
that?
didn't get an opportunity to, and I wasn't fully clear on all the
Right.
questions.
So
I
bottom
apologize for
line,
that.
to consolidate what she said is 1, consolidation of the plat, 2, maintaining the berms, obviously in line with what CPW pushed you. I know.
Okay.
So answer it as you deem necessary, but you
We
didn't
are,
get a chance.
we are
to
very
answer.
happy with the layout that we've drawn.
Yep.
We feel that we've done a lot of work to maintain those shallow hillsides. And I see a conflict in compressing development, but yet maintaining that berm you talked about. Those are going in opposite directions.
Okay. So on a separate note, just to put it in the record specifically, it doesn't pertain necessarily to the physical development. However, for purposes of a parallel effort to start conversation with the leadership with the district, you noted a large percentage of the district workforce owns their homes because they've been here 25, 30 plus 40 years, thus much more affordable. So as we move down the road, as he talked about with Habitat, et cetera, we want to have the conversation with the district. I understand the code. I totally understand the left and right lateral limits to that. But those individuals are going to become residents and constituents of this town. So under that premise, we want to have a conversation in regards to who, how much, and how long they are allowed to stay in this housing. There seems to be, again, some of it is urban lore. And you don't have to answer these questions now. I'm just putting it on the record, then we'll get to your piece of the pie. To include AMI calculation via the county versus potentially discussing within the district. Those are two very different animals when we start talking numbers and who can afford what, particularly when it comes to qualifying for the Habitat items there. And there seems to be some confusion on who can come in and who can't, as opposed to the belief that this entire thing, regardless of Habitat or district build, is 100% for district employees. And certainly from a town that has a school in it and has a large percentage of the faculty living in this town, it is incalculable how important it is for us to maintain a stable workforce, stable faculty that wants to come here, as you stated, recruit and retain. Keyword, retain. Yeah. So if we're putting limits on a duration of time to stay in this housing, that is contradictory to the mission for the district and the town.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Who said anything about limits to how long?
Again, all lore. So we want to have the conversation with the leadership of the district. Yep. And that's why I say I just want to get that on the record because it's all going around. There's 5 years, there's 10 years, there's a laundry list of stuff. So we need to get that on the table. Again, just making a statement because I'm a politician. That's what you do. So that said, to your part, comment was made that Malloy Park Road is adequate in its current state for the project as is stated. I would throw out there it's not adequate now for the current status of things. I am terrified to watch a child on a bike during pickup or drop off go down that road to 24. I have no idea if that child will live to see another day.
Just one clarification point, Counselor. In the 2011 agreement, we agreed that it was adequate for the district's development.
I understand that.
Okay.
And number one, I don't agree with that anymore. So I got it 2011.
Okay.
Yes, I got it.
All right.
Which is why it'll be nice when Mike's done getting married and back to business. I got that.
Drives every day.
So all I'm stating is your point in regards to sitting down with Battle Mountain in 10 days, plus or minus. It's incumbent that one happens, and two, we start to look at this more as a pedestrian and vehicle corridor versus just the road. And I, again, understand the code. Got it. 50-foot setback, the why, the weave, the issues in regards to Battle Mountain North. But the fact of the matter is when you add the component of the school in and of itself and the current housing, it is utterly inadequate. And I disagree with my forebears in 2011 that it is adequate, because it is not. So to that point, if those two parallel efforts happen, then that will accelerate what you want, which is for us to move forward on this development, whatever it ends up becoming. As far as the wildlife portion is concerned, I'm with Brian on this in regards to one, just as you alluded to earlier, affordable housing in this county, affordable housing to support this school district is critical. Totally understand that. The wildlife component, if anything, I would throw out there for those that live there and for those of us that are there quite frequently, I would just say that the large family moose are not going to be happy with you. But beyond that, we can certainly discuss further flexibility in certain areas. But I applaud your efforts in regards to the density. I understand what my counterpart wants to do in regards to compressing that, but at the same time, there's also quality of life for both entities, the wildlife and the residents of the phase 1, phase 2 piece. Also, I appreciate the superintendent's efforts in regards to essentially the current residents looking at potentially up to 10 years in their current domiciles before obviously phase 2 gets in. So thank you as far as that's concerned. The parking piece, as Dan can allude to in greater detail, is definitely going to need some massaging. You alluded to that already. I would argue there's potentially more issues with that than just 20 spaces. because as you know, and I appreciate your intent to reach out to all the entities, because obviously the reality is, as the town manager can allude to, even the town has grand ambitions as far as Parks and Rec expansion, as far as that's concerned, in conjunction with the district. So the reality is planning for the inevitable increase in ops tempo, as I like to say, of the use of Malloy Park and that surrounding area. So that said, that's all just statements. The question over to you is held at such time as after you have that meeting with Battle Mountain board. But I'm just stating for the record, I understand what the provision is. I understand the legalities of the 2011 agreement. I'm just putting out there that it is incorrect.
I would strongly urge the council to avoid personal characterizations. It's not helpful to your findings. You're functioning in a quasi judicial role.
I got it. So we would just like to look at safety measures and leave it at that.
If I could, what I'm hearing you saying on the road is your expectation is when we come back at final, our road agreement, our road plans darn well better include a trail along Malloy Park Road.
Safety provisions that everybody can agree with that allow for safe movement of pedestrians and vehicles from point A to point B, 24 to the entry of the school MFC area.
And just to follow up on the housing chatter you heard and related, the district does have a 5-year limit when somebody comes to the district and rents one of their units. The reason for that is you have 5 years to get established and get out on your own. Then you leave that apartment, the district then backfills it with another employee. There are no year restrictions on the Habitat units, and Emily or Elise can speak to that. But the family qualifies, they buy the unit, they can stay there. Even if they leave employment of the district, they still stay in their home. Our agreement with Habitat is that when that happens, Habitat will then backfill another of their units when it becomes available with the district staff. So we stay whole, but no employee is asked to leave their Habitat home before they decide to on their own.
Understood. I think it's the 5-year piece that's got everybody up in arms. I got it. It's this policy.
Yeah.
And it's just a discussion that we'd like to have with the district. Got it. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
No questions. I'm going to yield my time because I know a lot of people would like to speak. But just want to say thank you for the efforts, obviously, so far. I'm a big proponent of affordable housing, being of the younger generation here and knowing how unaffordable it is to live in this town and this county. And the county says we have about 6,000 units short of what we need for affordable units. And while this is a drop in the bucket of the overall goal, I think what you guys are doing is very admirable. So I want to say appreciate your efforts and turn on to the next.
I just want to make a comment. There's a certain balancing act that seems to be almost impossible in this project. We have a lot of citizens that are very concerned about wildlife. At the same time, a lot of citizens that want to maintain the Nordic track and have events up there. Just keep in mind that is a lot more impactful to wildlife than anything else going on with this project. So we need to just make sure we create a balancing act of how do we pull that off? What's the best way to go, the worst way to go? The key thing is the more people that are up there at any one time means the herd has to get up and move in the winter. And that's something that is very unhealthy for an elk. If you have to expend energy in the winter, unless it's a winter like this one, of course, but then that lessens their chance of survival to the spring. So we keep that in mind as we move forward with our deliberations. Emily, yes, I have a question about Habitat for Humanity. If you can come up. Thank you. I've been trying to figure out ways for a long time how we have got a lot of, we have residents in our town who've been here for a very long time, never been able to come anywhere close to affording to buy their own home. I see this as perhaps an opportunity for them. I don't know, I'm not too familiar with the operations, but I love the organization just because I'm aware of it, but, so I'm wondering if there can be, and maybe this is against y'all's rules, but if there's I would like to get a better consideration for these citizens who are many times doing a lot of volunteer work for our town that can't afford to live here, can't afford to own the home they live in. How do y'all approach those kind of things?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your support of the work that we are doing. And I think from Habitat's perspective, we are a permanent affordable housing solution in Eagle County, and we operate under the umbrella of Habitat International. And so there are certain rules that come down to us from Habitat International and parameters in which we have to work. And one of those is with our qualification and selection process. And so this is a common question that various communities have of our program. And I think really working within the parameters of what we have to, from Habitat International's perspective, we can't give priority to certain community members. However, what we do is really market the homeownership opportunity within the community. So I think it would be a priority of ours to make sure that midterm residents know that this opportunity is available to them to try to get applications, which would just increase the likelihood of midterm residents being selected.
Okay.
Just one.
So, also, okay, thank you, appreciate it. Tom, the evacuation plan, that's a very important thing. We're initiating staff training very soon. Obviously, this summer might be very scary for us. So we're going through the process of staff training in case of a wildfire in our valley. And so that evacuation plan, once developed, and I'm saying this more for our citizens, that you be aware of this, because when we get the emergency broadcast that there's a fire, you need to know what the hell you got to do. There's only two ways out of this valley in a vehicle. So just be aware of that, and perhaps your team, the school district, perhaps the people that might be living there could also be made aware of that.
Do you have a committee or someone that's working on this evacuation plan currently?
Rob is the committee.
You kind of volunteered at the school district, but I will do it as well. Is that maybe Joe could have some people that could participate with what you're trying to do to align the efforts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have no other questions.
Just two really quick ones. Am I right that you said all housing will be deed restricted?
No.
Okay, just the Habitat housing.
Habitat. 100% of the Habitat homes that are built will be deed restricted, both for price cap and more occupancy.
Is there anything that might change your mind about that, or we could come up with some public funds or something so that all the housing could be deed restricted?
That's your goal, that it's 100% deed restricted?
That was a question.
That was a question.
We can talk about it internally. Deed restrictions last forever. Say the district builds an apartment project out there.
Right.
And Eagle County did this. They built the project down there, Brent Ranch in Edwards. They ended up selling it. You know, it's a resource, it's an asset. Deed restricting it could create some flexibility reduction for the district. We're going to build housing for our staff. It's voluntary, we're doing it. Does that bring with it a requirement to deed restrict it? I'm asking the question back, but we can talk about it.
Because I think that
To clarify, I think like something that's related is our community plan does put an 80% kind of owner occupied, continuing our current 80% owner occupied housing in Minturn as part of our vision. I know that our code then only requires 20% of that, and it's something we're talking about. So maybe that's what you're trying to get at is our like vision is here, but our code is here. And if there is other,
I view this as a special deal that the school district got because the town really wanted teachers to be able to live in our town and be able to afford housing. And that's why the terms were so different than the Battle Mountain annexation, for example. And that was a really important motivation. And I think there's a lot of concerns about how committed the district actually is to seeing that the housing is provided to teachers and to school staff, as opposed to because perhaps there's not that need at this time because so many of the schools have moved down Valley. And there's a concern about the third-party usage of these units, and there's a concern that other than residents would be using these units. So I think that's something to think about and consider. And the only other question, which perhaps the Habitat lady could answer, right now, what's the maximum amount of income that you can make and qualify for Habitat housing? Because that's also a very controversial issue.
Sure. So with 2025 AMI numbers, 2026 hasn't been released yet. So for a single individual, that's just over $90,000, and for a family of 4, it's 130-ish thousand.
What would it be for a couple?
It's the same income limit, whether you're an individual. It's based on family size, so household size.
So 90,000. If you make more than 90,000 as a couple, you don't qualify.
That would be the 90,000 is a 1-person limit.
And for 2 people?
For 2 people, it would probably be closer to 100,000. I don't know. I don't have the exact number.
Thank you.
Can staff ask a clarifying question? Because it's been a point of confusion. Just for the record, for Mr. Braun, could you clarify the proposed unit breakdown? How many units are district owned? How many are proposed for Habitat? And how many would be ownership or market units?
I can't give that information now, Ron. If I knew, I could. All I know is right now our LOI with Habitat involves 63 homes.
How come that information is not clear at this point?
Because we don't have plans for when and how we're going to develop other parcels by the district. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We're working to create the opportunity to do development. We just finished in the last 2 years building 87 apartment buildings in Edwards and Gypsum. We haven't started looking at what the next district project might be. So we're just not there yet. I can tell you that within phase 1, 63, or in total, our LOI with Habitat involves 63 units. Let me just follow up to your comment. Typically deed restrictions come into play, and they originated when the workforce housing was a requirement. In this case, we're talking about the district voluntarily building housing for their staff. As a part of this application, we submitted a preliminary housing plan, which is what your code requires. It addressed the nature and how we would comply with your regulations. We can talk to the district about what more we might be able to do with potential restrictions on units the district may build.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, folks, we're closing down on the council questions until after all are done. Appreciate your patience. And I will, when you hold your hand up and you want to speak, please state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes max. Okay? Is it right? Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Tanya Ribbeth, and I'm at 23 Park Lane here in Minturn. We've been Minturn residents for about 10 or so years now. My husband teaches at the school, and my kids have gone to school there since 5th grade. They're graduating this year. I have twins, and so we're on the cusp of having a minor heart attack about where they're going to go to school next. But in the meantime, You know, I attended the planning committee last week, and I heard a lot of good questions and a lot of good comments, and thanking the district and Tom and everybody for collaboration. Because living out there as a resident as well, you know, I've got to see a little bit more than just a basic Minturn resident and hear a little bit more about what the plan is. And it has been very fluid and it has changed, and it has given our community out there of the families, because we're a pretty tight-knit group out there. We watch out for each other's backs. We dog sit each other's dogs when we're out. We text when the moose is down the street so that we all know that they're either coming or going. The same thing with the elk and all the other habitat or wildlife we have out there. And we choose to live out there. We figured it out. So here. I won't take that personally. Last week it was the soft sound that no one here. I like that one better. It makes me want to hit the deck. And so I just want you all to know that through this process, because being a resident out there and choosing to live out there and figuring it out, because I don't work here, I work over in Walcott. And we choose to live there. And so we are so passionate about the wildlife out there, about the evacuation. The road isn't great, but it gives us a little bit of heartburn. It gives me a little bit, but we get more people out there. It is going to be a huge deal. Because I guarantee you, a fire that comes out there or any disaster, we are going to be climbing over each other to save our families. Some of us to save our kids, some of us to save our dogs, some of us both. And that is also very terrifying for me. And it just seems like, and I've had to educate myself on planning and commissioning and what we can ask and what we can't say. And, you know, what's germane to the topic is it just seems like it's just so rushed. And I know it's been 2 years. And I know we've talked about it for 2 years, but this is what makes a good foundation of a starting point of a very big project that impacts this whole community and the wildlife. If we don't get it right now, we're going to kick ourselves 10, 15 years down the road for not being more thoughtful now. And so the density of it, the impact, the safety concern, and the wildlife, to have family just grow up in that area and just be having the experience to just even go and hike out there or Nordic ski or trail run, it's all going to be for nothing because we didn't take the time now to do it. So I would like to ask that we don't hit it hard so much with the density and the quickness of it, because we're tired of talking about it for 2 years. We need to be thoughtful. And I learn something new every time that I look up something or I read a 2011 or a 29 document. And, you know, I just ask that you please take that into consideration, because we live out there because we want you. Go out there because you love it. You live here because you love it. It's Minturn. It's eclectic and unique, and it's not pretentious. And I just hope something like this doesn't do that. It's not Belden. It's not Minturn North. Those places weren't built in the middle of a area of the wildlife and the amazing creeks and trails we have out there. This area is, so it takes more time. And, you know, I know Tom just put you on the spot, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I still don't understand what commitment, if any, expands even after this. Like the school district, we've built a good 90 units or whatever it is currently, that we just opened 40 recently. We've done that part. Why are we rushing into this? And then is there any guarantee that it's not going to continue to build once Battle North or Battle Minturn, or I don't know what is it? Battle North. You know, once they start getting up there, and I know they're going to want to, because who doesn't want to go out there? What's going to happen then with the road and then the football field that's out there now? Is that going to be phase 4? I mean, it's just no recommendation. I just think we should be a little bit more compassionate and smart about the wildlife and the kids that go to school there, who are very lucky. And they might not know it now, but they will one day. So thank you.
Thank you.
My timing was spot on for one.
Exactly. Loud, everybody can hear it. They know when the 5 minutes are up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Augustino. I live in Eagle in Habitat Housing.
Okay.
My address is 17 Adams Way Road.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I'm here to comment on behalf of Habitat for Humanity and the Eagle County School District Housing Project at Woodley Park. In all honesty, I wouldn't even be standing here if it wasn't for my fulfilling teaching job at Eagle Valley High School and Habitat. After working and living in the valley for over 2 years at Spring Creek Village in Gypsum, I was contemplating a move to Montana. I was paying more than 60% of my monthly income in rent alone and blowing through my savings at an untenable rate. Then Habitat called. I actually met Caitlin Weiss, who is the homeowner services director for Habitat, during my initial orientation for the school district. We chatted briefly. I kept her business card, had subsequently applied for Habitat housing that fall. Being a district employee and applying for Habitat increased my chances of buying a home because certain housing projects like this one are geared towards school district employees. After luckily being chosen during a phone call I'll never forget the following May, I breathed a sigh of relief and realized I could now serve my amazing students for years to come in an incredible place. Eagle County. General conversation in this valley is usually about snowpack, cost of living, the Broncos, and housing. It was more than a relief to be able to check one of those things off the list, although I'm still praying for more snow and a healthy Bo Nix. People often discuss that word affordability, but rent has gotten completely out of control in this valley. There even is so-called affordable housing being built in Eagle right now, but even a one-bedroom apartment is out of reach for so many. I pay over $500 less per month for my home than I did at Spring Creek for my apartment, and that was 2 years ago. We all know that our communities need affordable housing, and Habitat is the best way for that to happen. I also want to commend the link between Habitat and the school district. The district is trying very hard to get housing for teachers like myself. Thank you for your time. And I did want to comment that I still carry Caitlin's card in my wallet as a reminder of how fortunate I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for having me tonight. My name is Bryson Beaver. I'm the CFO at Eagle County School District. My address is 236 Steamboat Drive in Gypsum. I'd like to start out by conveying to you guys the utmost importance of affordable employee housing to the ongoing sustainability and quality of our school district. At the state level, Colorado K-12 funding is an absolute disaster, and our district is facing staffing cuts and budget deficits year in and year out just to keep the doors open. We're in an extremely challenging fiscal environment, and we're doing everything in our power to pay teachers enough to be able to afford to live here. However, with limited state funding, often it's not enough. Employee housing programs, while not a magic bullet by any means, are one of the few ways that the district can close the gap and be able to recruit and retain quality teachers and staff to benefit our kids. Without employee housing, we're looking at losing more quality teachers to other districts, particularly in the Front Range where housing is more affordable. We'd ask that the town of Minturn partner with the district to make this valley a place where teachers can not only survive, but actually thrive. At the district's other employee housing developments that have been mentioned earlier, employees who choose to rent are saving a minimum of $750 a month over market rates on a 1-bedroom and a minimum of $1,000 a month on 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. This is the equivalent of a $10,000 to $12,000 annual savings to employees, which makes a dramatic difference when our average teacher salary is around $70,000 a year. For those who choose to own, Habitat homes are Habitat for Humanity is allowing staff to buy homes at 50 to 60% of market area rates. And those who choose to purchase, like Mike, are much more likely to stay in our community long-term and invest in our kids. Lastly, to wrap up, I'd like to provide a little bit of additional context and address a few misconceptions that have been circulating around this project. One is I just wanted to make a point to say that we understand as a district why so many Malloy Park residents are resistant to this change. I completely understand. If I put myself in their shoes, it's a difficult situation, and there's a lot of trade-offs in business and in all of in community in general. But I wanted to make the point that the district has provided current Malloy Park residents a great deal for over 20 years. The land lease for their lots was $300 a month for 10 to 20 years, and now it's only $450 a month. If you look at ongoing rates at other trailer parks in the area, you're looking at about $1,200 a month. The point being is that Current residents have benefited for a long time from these great deals, and now it's time that the district share those benefits with all employees. The second is I'd like to address the misconception of how the district's going to handle Malloy Parks that residents that could be potentially misplaced by this process. One, as Tom mentioned, the district will phase construction, allowing current residents to stay for up to 10 years. Two, when the time comes, the district will be purchasing the trailers or pay for the fair relocation of those per legal requirements to the district. Employees being displaced will be provided first dibs on rental units on the property. And we just want to make a point to say that current Malloy Park residents have been and will continue to be treated with respect and forethought throughout the process. Thanks for your time. While I certainly understand a lot of the public sentiment that will likely be provided here, I'd ask that the town recognize the district and the community's long-term goals toward affordable housing. The district is committed to working collaboratively with the town and to create a solution that will allow more than 100 families to enjoy affordable housing in our community. Thanks.
Yes, please.
My name's Amy Manuel. I live at 5 Silver Street in Edwards. That's Miller Ranch Housing, deed restriction. Before I get started, thank you for allowing comments. But before I get started, I just want to say I've never been more invested in a ditch ever in my life. So thank you for a lot of really good information. Like I said, my name's Amy Manuel. I've lived in Eagle County for over 20 years. I've been an educator for more than 30. And I've had the privilege of serving as principal of Berry Creek Middle School for the last 15 years. That timeline tracks because I have index cards. That is actually true. I deeply respect the difficult conversations and decisions happening around Malloy Park and any future development. I'm not a land use expert. I'm here to speak as a longtime educator and resident that's benefited professionally and personally from affordable housing options. When I began teaching in the 1990s, there was more than 100 applicants for every position. We knew we weren't choosing a career that would make us rich, but we believed we could support ourselves, raise families, probably buy a home, and if we budgeted carefully, take a vacation once in a while. There was dignity in that trade-off. Today, as a principal, I'm lucky if I have 5 qualified applicants for a position. And even when I extend an offer, there's a strong chance it'll be declined. Not because of the salary, not because of the school or the job requirements, but because the candidate does not have a place to live. If I'm fortunate to get a candidate that accepts an offer, onboarding looks drastically different. Onboarding a new teacher used to mean diving into curriculum, lesson design, and reviewing staff handbooks. Now it often means sending rental listings, helping navigate leases, and trying to piece together temporary housing. There's not sustainable for them or for our schools. It's never been easy to live in a mountain town. It takes grit, but what was once difficult is now nearly impossible. And when teachers, healthcare workers, and emergency responders can't afford to live in the communities they serve, the entire community feels the impact. These professionals are the backbone of a thriving town. They deserve more than a room to sleep in. They deserve more than having to move every 6 months as leases end or housing is sold to short-term rental companies. They deserve homes, places where they can raise families, build relationships, and feel like they belong in our communities. When I can send a candidate a link to apply for diverse attainable housing options through our district instead of directing them to a listing for an overpriced shared room on social media, that changes everything. It turns I'm sorry I can't make it into yes, I'd love to be a part of this community. We use the word progress often, and sometimes that word gets disguised as growth that benefits only a few. But ensuring our neighborhood schools can attract and retain strong educators, that's true progress that benefits everyone. That's how we preserve the character, authenticity, and heart of our small mountain towns. If we want to protect what makes this place special, we must make it possible for the people who serve this community to actually live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Cesar Lanza. My address is 91 Mount Hope Circle in Eagle. I have worked in Eagle County Schools for 3 years. 2 years ago, I lived in a school district with flats apartments for 1 year and a half. And it's very thankful for that opportunity. It's helped my wife and me for save money, living in comfortable home. Because of the support, we were able to improve our finances or later buy other apartment in Eagle County. And this kind of support from the school district make big difference for employer, like I like me to work hard and care about for community. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
What was the address?
91 Mount Hope Circle and Eagle.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. You.
My name is John Martin. I live at 1011 Miller Park Road, 81645 Minter. I just want to start that I really appreciate the work that Tom ECSD has done. I agree that housing is a need. My biggest concern and address is just the density in general. A couple of stats. Mr. Coleman came and talked to our school on Monday. From what I understand, I believe there's about 120 units already owned by ECSD that are 120 units. Current, built by ECSD for employees.
The total number, I don't know. It's been about 90 in the last 6 years since we adopted that plan.
Yeah, 120 roughly. 120 is pretty close. And so we're talking about building potentially another 127, bringing us close to 250. Assuming only one teacher is in each one of those units or staff members, we only employ, Eagle High School District only employs about 500 to 600. So I know that they have the legal right to build up to 127, but if we went to that full max, we're talking about if there's one employee per unit, about 50% of the whole workforce already in that housing. So my biggest concern is the density and going to the maximum legal limit within that part. Some of the concerns I have are surveys. I believe last survey sent to the district employees was about 2 years ago. We don't know the list prices for those units. Of course, they can't have that figure yet. But I believe that more surveys need to be sent to know what would be the capacity to get those units filled, what would be the true need. So I appreciate the slower phasing, the 1 to 5 years and 6 to 10, to see how those trials actually go and how quickly they are filled. Again, density is my number one issue. And if we don't get those filled, will it end up going to private, right? Will this be land that will end up going to private ownership because we built it, ECSD needs to recuperate their funds. So my biggest issue right there is getting the cost right, getting surveys accurate so we can build and the approximate number that is within need and not overplaying the density, or principally not to affect the wilderness. There's also, this is interesting, we know less kids are going to our school district, where that's because of lack of or the lower birth rate, cost of living, people moving here are retirees, not to mention we don't know what's going to go on with the housing market. Baby boomers, we could see a large decline just in population in the next 10 to 20, 30 years. By the time all the 127 units are built, what will be the need once they're all completed? My last point of wildlife. Teachers like to have kids, right? It's not going to be just adults living there. Kids run around. Currently, right now, there's no street lights. There's only one story buildings. The impact of 2 stories, what will have to happen with the whole development as far as the impact on wilderness is going to be significantly more impactful. Go out there right now. There's probably not a single person walking on the streets. There's no lights. The impact on wilderness is basically non-existent between for like 12 hours, say 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So that's my greatest concern. As Brian mentioned, what is going to be the traffic if you add 200, 250 residents that are there all night, all day with kids running around. It is easy access to wilderness. I think it's like 1.5 miles, maybe 2 to true wilderness. National Forest is about half a mile. Even this summer, there were people coming down from Martin Creek with guns from hunting, walking through the streets. So as far as the access, I'm super concerned about the impact on wildlife from 24-hour residences reaching a number that could be around 300 with 127 units.
Sir, can you restate your last name?
Martin,
and you're 1011.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so the district and the staff know, y'all are open to address anything that is generated from this process. Okay.
At the end.
Green shirt. Sorry, Kelly. I'll get you next.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Ian Grask, Grask. I live at 2444 Chamonix Lane in Westerville. First, incredible that you guys have snacks here. I've been to a lot of town council meetings. That's Thank you for that. Thank you to the applicant for all the work that they've done. Thank you to everybody for showing up. There were a couple points brought up. If we don't get this right now, we're going to look back at 10, 11 years and we're going to regret it. And I agree with that. If we don't build housing now, we're going to look back in 10 and 11 years and we're going to regret it. I also agree with that the population is dwindling. We're losing kids, we're losing families, and that's because there's not a housing continuum. There's not a place for people like me, a young professional who's trying to build a life here, who's trying to build a family here, who wants to settle down here, but we don't have that housing continuum to allow them, so they move to the Front Range. That's what's happening. This project is an opportunity to solve that. It's an opportunity to create housing that is a communal housing. It's not apartment style. It's not, high density. It's a livable area that people want to be in, close to national, wildlife, essentially. The other point that I would make too is, as we're developing, we all love outdoor recreation. We love our natural resources. That's why we live here. But this idea that we need to tweak this development in the most minor ways to, preserve this sliver of untouched land in there, it just seems like you're asking too much of that, is what I would say. The other point that I would like to make is that people like me are kind of that third section. Young professionals, people trying to build life here. We don't work for the school district. We don't qualify for Habitat housing because we make just a little bit over that AMI amount, or right near that AMI amount, or the AMI is 70% instead of 100%. Either way, there are a lot of people here who are looking for housing, and that third section, that free market area that you're concerned with, that's how we fill that gap. Now, the avenue to get there, I don't have that solution. I'm hopeful that in the next 5 to 10 years, we can have some sort of regional housing authority. I know there are municipalities that are in conversations with the county, and maybe we can get some sort of Valley Home Store continuum that would be able to make these free market homes a little bit easier and accessible for people who want to live here. That would be the hope. But I think that's the concern with, what is this little area of free market stuff? There are people out there who still need to be served and can't be served by this project that may not qualify for Habitat or may not work directly for the district. I would say in general too, this project is generally good. It's a good thing. You have one of the community's largest affordable housing builders partnering with the community school district to say, we're going to build affordable housing and housing for teachers. So it just feels like this is a slam dunk home run. Like, obviously we should do something like this here. And obviously Minturn is a town that wants to step up and say, yeah, we want to build affordable housing. We want to be part of the solution. We want to build housing for teachers so that our schools have great people employed there, so that families can stay, so that people can build lives here, so that you can stick around and you don't have to move to Denver, Colorado Springs, or Boulder to be able to build a family and have a life. I thank you all for your public service. I really appreciate everything you do. I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this, but I encourage you to keep this project moving forward and to allow Habitat and to allow the Eagle County School District to build affordable housing and build housing for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Kelly Toon, 531 Main Street. Guys, I absolutely love this property. Anyone that lives out there is so lucky. I've been hiking out there for 30 years and I was the only one out there. So I hate change, and now I don't even recognize anyone out there. So, and I'm on the VVMTA, and I think you could look at the trails a little bit better. I think the public parking, like 30 years ago, I was the only one hiking out there. And now the parking lot will be filled. And especially after COVID, I think he really, Tom needs to expand on the parking, not only for now, but 10, 20 years down the road. As a student of architecture and design development, I think he's done a pretty good job. He's respecting the knolls. He could have done a lot worse. As Lynn said, I would have sketches on my map where I want to move a couple of the houses to where the location of the old community fund building is, which is where the public parking. I think the public parking should go where the people are going, which is obviously the trails. I would love to see more natural landscaping instead of, the map kind of shows irrigated grassy area. I'd love to see more natural landscaping, which is indigenous to that area. God, there's so much. I do think a bike path is very, very, very important to the safety, as Tom stated. And I think the whole intersection is going to have to be worked out in the future with a possible roundabout. The emergency plan, I'm not too worried about. It's way better than a lot. I used to be on the fire department here, and just having a loop for most of it is great. And the whole area is not a huge risk. And I've been through wildland fire training, and I can tell you it's not a huge risk area. And I've also heard people complain about increased traffic here and there. When Minturn North was going in, and it's really not going to be that as bad as people think. One thing I did not hear was housing being for VSSA students and families, which ever since the ski academy went in, which I absolutely love. A lot of the houses around my house were rented to families that their students were going there. I love people not commuting. So that's one odd thing I haven't heard about, was that families that want their kids to go there, are you trying to build this for them too? Because it only makes sense to have people that are going to the school to live as close as possible to the school. Right now, we have a huge line of traffic going all the way through town every morning and every afternoon of students driving from all over the valley to get to the school and then leaving again. And it's almost a shame if this was all for just teachers that are going to schools down valley, and then the students live down valley and then they have to commute back to the school, which I haven't heard anyone talk about that. And I think this is a wonderful, obviously, community area that's connected to wildlife, whether you know it when you move there or not. But I think there really should be an education program for anyone living there to respect the wildlife. I believe that, most of the wildlife is already used to development. But when you have loose dogs, you have wild cats killing birds. That's just irresponsible home ownership or pet ownership. And so I'm hoping everyone that lives there will absolutely enjoy living out there, and just not because it's cheap, but because it's probably one of the most special locations in this valley. And I think that's about as quick as I can do it.
Thank you. I appreciate the quickness. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight. My name is Tim Moffett, and I live at 65 Adams Way Road. I'm a Habitat homeowner as well. I live right up the street from Mike. I'm a special ed coordinator, program coordinator with the Eagle County School District. My program supports kids ages 15 to 24 with mild to moderate disabilities. And I help them explore careers, gain employment skills, and join our workforce here in the Valley and lead productive lives, hopefully. I've been in this role for 4 years, and prior to this, I was a classroom teacher at the middle school level, working with kids with significant special needs. I am the face of successful employee retention programs. Had I not been selected for and moved into my Habitat home in Eagle 18 months ago, I would have left the Valley years ago. There is no way I could afford a home in the valley on a special needs teacher's salary. In the big picture, my Habitat home almost feels like part of my compensation with the Eagle County Schools. Owning my own home means that I can remain working in and serving the community I've been a part of for nearly 30 years. I'm able to continue supporting kids with disabilities and help them get ready for their lives. And I strongly believe that living where you work strengthens communities and connections. I bump into schools or students and families all over town, the grocery store, standing at the end of the driveway, kitchen tables. And this opportunity of living where I work means conversations, and that I can attend functions. I can go to graduations and quinceañeras and events and all sorts of things because I live here. After 6 years of living in my friend's basement, and similar to Mike's situation, I was spending 64% of my income on housing, just renting a place in my friend's basement. I now have a peaceful, safe, beautiful home of my own in Eagle. My neighbors are all people I worked alongside for 250 hours while we completed the process of acquiring our homes. Our community in Eagle is comprised of 16 homes, 12 of which are went to district staff. My other neighbors, they work for the town, they work for the bank, they're truck drivers, they deliver appliances, they work at the mental health facility. We all know each other, and it was almost like the day we got our keys to our front doors, it was an instant workforce village, just like that. We all know each other. It's an incredible experience. I am a direct beneficiary of when a town takes local housing seriously and partners with Habitat to provide that quality housing. I am evidence that these projects work. I ask you to approve this so that others can continue to serve in their community. I happen to work with the coolest kids in the school district. And I really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda?
Linda Osterberg, 1720 Main Street, Minturn. A lot has been said that I agree with. And many good points. I think Habitat's amazing. School district needs housing. There's no question. To me, the density is really the issue. And I think that's the issue with the wildlife and a lot of the issues. And I just wonder if the school district couldn't do something a little bit different, think out of the box. What if they did build 63 or 75 units with Habitat and then found some sort of conservation organization that would buy the rest of that land, and then they could use that money to buy land in the valley somewhere where it's maybe even more appropriate for school district employees. Just maybe I'm a dreamer, whatever. So that was a thought I had, because I do think that nobody wants to deny this project on the basis of need. I mean, we know that there is need. So that was a thought I had. I totally think the road is a big problem. And I urge the council to work with the state, because I think that's what has to happen. I don't think this is a school district thing, but I think we need crossing there at the end of the road, however that works. And please get the sidewalks all the way up there. That would be amazing. We're talking about connectivity, so it's not school district stuff, but town stuff. And trying to see if there's anything else, because so many things had already been addressed. So I guess that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anna. Rob?
Hey everybody, Rob Goshevsky from 560 Taylor Street. I was watching at home and always learn something watching these meetings. So thanks for your dedication and your time to council. And it's great to see affordable housing back on the docket, you know, after a big whiff in my neighborhood. But the thing I learned that caught my attention was the owner occupied percentage, which is part of the code as I understand. So I'll just ask some rhetorical questions because I know can't get an answer at this podium, but the owner occupied percentage at 20%, that's what made me fire up the car and come down here. I never knew that. Is there any way, I'm glad to hear that in the revised code, that'll be increased, hopefully. That just seems so common sense. But for this project, could it be a condition for the plat to, in this area, increase the percentage of owner occupied units? Just for our small community, I know there's policy from the district apparently of you can rent for 5 years and you should be able to figure it out in that time. But just for community members to be able to stay and actually grow roots here, maybe if there was a larger percentage of people who would be here on the long term, want to invest in the town, I think that'd be a big positive for the project, especially in such a special location where there's people who are going to live there, in there, and never going to want to leave. But I think it would be a really good thing just for a small community of Minturn to have less people coming and going due to a policy. And then, so I guess, yeah, that's 5-year rental limit, owner occupied number kind of weave together there. And then the road easement, I understand it's wiggling around. And this is another rhetorical question. How hard is it to tango with Battle North and just redraw the easement where it should be so that the road is on one edge and there's space for a bike path on the other? It's going to take surveying and nobody wants to pay a single dime more than they have to, but could that be a condition to revise the easement appropriately? Another thing that caught my attention was that the developer is Habitat for Humanity. That's awesome. I mean, everybody loves their programs and success stories. Glad they came to show and share. But Scott mentioned in the beginning the developers plan to be Habitat for Humanity. He left the door open by saying it would be Habitat for Humanity or other developers. So that kind of worried me. It's a great partnership. Doesn't seem like any reason that it would split, but in this, it's not a C property, it's an A property. And I heard, or other developers, can the conditions state that the partner has to be Habitat for Humanity on this one? And then some rumor, because we've heard a bit of these. There is some rumor that the original deed from Mr. Frank Malloy said that this land would need to be 100% school district occupied or owned when he granted it to the town. Has anybody seen that deed? Did it get annulled in 2011? Again, rhetorical question, maybe something to look into. But there's some talk that there's something in the deed about that Mr. Malloy himself put in for the school. I don't think doing it right is asking too much. I know everybody's put a lot of time and more time, but it's a really special place. Everybody wants affordable housing, a couple tweaks here and there. It's gonna happen. Let's get it right. And yeah, also one last thing, would love to see something in writing about the preservation of the ball field and possible improvements of the ball field and the hiking trail as part of this plat. Just to see more stuff in writing. Thank you again for your time and your representation.
Thank you, Rob. Chris?
I am Chris Brandel, 1013 Millard Park. I was initially just planning to come to listen to see what was going to develop out there. Then I heard a couple things that I wanted to give my light on. Brian's about a path along the river that's all swamp through there. There's one trail which could be developed. That's a great idea. When the snow melts or the ground freezes enough to walk out there, I'm happy to walk you through the one trail that's out there. Your plan in the current setup just won't work. It's all swamp along the river on the backside of those houses. Tom's anecdote, I have one anecdote about car safety on the road. This is the first year I haven't pulled somebody out of the road because it's been so warm out of the ditch. And then just some numbers to Rob's point about against anecdotes. The road is a half-mile long from drop off to Highway 24. That's 2,600 feet roughly. Pickup time, half of that road is filled with cars. 1,300 feet left, so that's 87 cars left before you start hitting Highway 24. So there's some hard numbers to go to Tom's anecdotes of experiencing it working out there. To Tom Braun's comments, he got beat up pretty good at the planning and zoning. I get how he felt. There was no positive comments. That's not what I heard. Planning and zoning was playing devil's advocate. They also complimented him on the work. So hopefully you watch those meetings and you know that's true. And planning and zoning was just doing their job. Sorry, my thoughts aren't super organized. On the survey question that was brought up, that was the second survey. The person who put those surveys out no longer works for the district. To me, it felt like they didn't get the answer they wanted. They reworded the survey. It's too late in the process to request those. And on the respect part, the district's been nothing but respectful. The current residents know how special it is. It's great to hear your anecdote. The neighborhood that you have is what we have out there. So the Habitat houses, it's good to know that neighborhood's going to be there. We're not here. We know we have a great place to live. We know we have a great deal. It's not trying to be selfish. It's trying to make sure Millard Park is thought through as planning and zoning was doing, not to recommend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, sir, in the green. Or teal, I guess it would be.
That beautiful BRD shirt.
My name is Josh Smith. I live at 210 Gopher Road in Avon. Quick context to me, I think relevant to the comments. I've been born and raised in the Valley, been a member of the ski club for about half my life, and professionally work in affordable housing. I'd like to thank the school district for all the collaborative work and iterating, especially with the ski club in that context. And I just really like to point out to everyone, I know a lot of people don't know about Habitat, especially this chapter, but we're super fortunate to have this group here because in my professional engagements, they are the most sophisticated organization in the country, and they do a really great job at scale and delivering quality, low-cost homes. So super lucky to have them here. I really wanted to emphasize, two conditions that planning and zoning and the staff had proposed. Of course, Brian's comment resonates with me. It'd be great if we could do it all infill and save that place, but it's beautiful and it'll be a beautiful neighborhood. I think the two conditions that I want to really drill into is recreational use and looking at that. And then second, the engagement with Battle North. First to the rec use. I think as a ski community, especially, and then the other recreational users included, we haven't done a great job of communicating the power of this venue and what it's done for the programs. I just came from there, volunteer coaching at Future Stars. We have 60 kids every Monday and Wednesday, age 5 to 10. All the high schools show up, the middle schools. That's just every weekday. There's events on the way out. Probably a third of those families stopped at local restaurants and had dinner. There's an amazing economic opportunity there from the recreation. And recreation does help tie people to the environment and appreciate that resource. And so I give you those anecdotes to say that there's so much potential there. And Tom alluded to the grand plans of that area and the asset that it is to this community and this county. And so really considering that in those conditions and emphasizing that. The second, engaging with Battle Mountain North, I think it's so much more important than people might think for the economics of this development. I've seen too many projects and been a part of too many where massive infrastructure costs add 6 figures to each unit. And I would hate to see the school district have to bear that brunt and reallocate precious resources that go to litigation when that developer will then come in and be able to kind of profit from that in the development. So I think that condition is of utmost importance to preserve the affordability of these homes, the rental prices, the Habitat's final price, and get the infrastructure where it needs to be, but make sure that cost isn't borne unfairly by the district and the town. And thanks. I look forward to hopefully future further collaboration to really keep that place great and expand it. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Anyone? Yeah, Hamlet, come on.
Emily Payton, 5213 Bellyache Ridge Road, but more importantly, I am a proud former Minturn resident. You have a wonderful community. But I'm up here tonight to read a letter that was written by a district employee who couldn't be here, but really wanted to have his story heard.
Sorry.
Good evening, Town of Minturn. I would first like to thank everyone for their time so I can share my story with you today. My name is Kyle Larson, and I would also like to thank whoever is reading this for me. You're welcome, Kyle. As I unfortunately could not attend in person, as I have prior commitments with the elementary school where I am employed. I am the American Sign Language interpreter for Eagle County School District, and I am the only certified ASL interpreter in our county. Which means that if I do not interpret for my student at our annual talent show tonight, no one else is available or has the skill to provide him with a linguistic access to the show. So that is where I need to be tonight. My students' rights are protected at the state and federal level that guarantees his access to education via sign language interpreter and other accommodations. If a school district fails to provide a sign language interpreter at the request of a deaf or hard hearing student, they are out of compliance and opens them up to a lawsuit, not to mention the unethical practice of not providing services to kids in need. My employment saved the school district a lawsuit. And is crucial for this student, his family, and classmates' success. This is the position and profession that I am passionate about and would love to continue to provide such services here. I moved to Snowmass, Colorado in 2014 after I earned my master's degree and then moved to Glenwood Springs in 2016, where I worked with the Roaring Fork School District as an interpreter and rugby coach, and then to Eagle Valley in 2022. My contract is unique in that I will follow my students and their class until high school graduation, a nice decade of job security, a real life Billy Madison. However, just because I have job security does not mean I have housing security. I have mostly lived check to check in the nonprofit and public education system until recently. I've honestly gotten by on luck and assistance from friends that I have made here. While I like to say my dog and I have won the rental lottery in Gypsum, we all know one housing situation can change in an instant. I was fortunate enough to become a property manager where I reside, which lowers my monthly rent and allows me to pay off other debts and even have a savings account. It can be like a second job at times, but it is a job I am happy to have. My current landlord is truly a great man. However, he is also 80 years old and anything could happen at any time that could jeopardize my lucky living situation. If I were to lose my current housing situation and there are no Habitat homes available, I may have no other option than to move back to my hometown after a decade of financial struggle trying to stay here. I think it goes without saying that most, if not all, of the housing in the area is out of a single teacher's salary range. The cheapest to buy and still unaffordable is a condo or a rundown trailer for $500,000. Even Down Valley and Dot Cerro has become unavailable to us. I am a third-time applicant to the Habitat Housing Program for district employees. I am hoping the third time is the charm. Having a Habitat home would provide me a secure place to live, which opens up the opportunity for me to finally start a family, something I haven't felt comfortable or confident about while renting out other folks' basements. In the 12 years I've lived here, I too have witnessed the excess of development. I know that what locals don't want is another eyesore blocking our view of the mountains. However, this will not be a Target or Walmart or another empty billionaires' homes. It will be for the folks who want to work, who want to live here, who want to contribute and be part of our community. I appreciate your time tonight. Thanks again for your attention. I hope you will all consider and support Habitat for Humanity's efforts so we can continue to move forward and provide affordable housing opportunities for the community members in our valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else ready right now? Rob?
Rob Davis, 1796 Main Street in Minturn 81645. I really just want to first thank everybody for all the effort, of course, that they put in here. And I love the Habitat organization. We've all probably give some of our service and a little bit of our treasure to them to do the good work that they do. On the other hand, I am not sure that Habitat understands my position about that piece of property. You know, Frank Malloy gave it to us for recreation, and that should be the primary focus of it. However, I recognize what happened in 2011, but I think there's room for some collaboration there. One thing is some of my friends and myself don't think that you please don't compare this to any other place in Eagle County where you've built before. The breadth of this valley, this little tiny place, is steep and narrow. I think most of the time you guys have built nice houses, but with a big sweeping area. This is a very sensitive area that you're going to develop, and it needs the utmost attention. And when you, during the process, you may see some things that you could do to better the project. And that's why we're here. We want it to be good, not bad. We just like when a building inspector comes over and says, you got to redo this, you're going to end up with a better project. We're not trying to be difficult in any sort of malice sort of way. Now that I have a little bit better understanding of your relationship with Habitat for Humanity and the Eagle County School District, I feel a little bit better. But I wish you could look at things a little bit with a keener eye and a sharper pencil and do the things that maybe you may not agree with 100%, but will help it be a better project. And I think that there is like a lot of improvements to your plan that could be done. And hopefully we'll have a chance again to comment on it later when you get, through your preliminary plat. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Hi, I'm Tessa Kirshner. I live at 548 Stone Creek Drive in Eagleville. And I am a former school board member. I served on the school board for 8 years. And I've served on the Land Resource Committee for the school district for forever. I have actually personally been looking at and working on this particular piece of property for about 15 years. So I've seen and been part of all the different iterations that the school district has looked at in the possibility of what the land could be used for. I think what I just really like to say is, the school district is part of this community, and we are beholden to the taxpayers. And so as a school board member, when we made decisions on the different parcels that we had, and particularly when we went through a pretty lengthy process when we first started looking at developing this property about how to honor the community and how to honor this spectacular piece of property. I mean, that was a guiding principle that we really used. It was listed, Tom showed you that when we first considered what we would do with this land. I think we have shown that dedication. I think the district has shown their desire to do right by the community, to do right by this beautiful parcel of land, and to work collaboratively. These plans have been going on for a very long time. It's not just been 2 years. this iteration is 2 years. We've looked at bringing in developers and we've looked at doing other things and what to do with that property. And we have come down, I think, with one of the best solutions ever of doing it in phases. So we honor that community, we honor the density. Maybe we never get there. If we do get there, we're taking our time and doing what's right in that time phase. We're honoring that community and that parcel by partnering with Habitat and being able to offer homes in a way that is so meaningful and we've seen the direct success of. So I hope that you will consider the enormous amount of dedication that the school district and people who volunteer for the school district have done in trying to really honor this parcel and make the best of it. We know that we know the needs that school district has, and they are acute. And so we want to do the best thing for affordable housing because those are our people. And that has really been our focus. And I think, by looking at the district's needs, we're not a developer. We're not looking to make money. We're not out to try to rape and pillage this land. We're trying to do the best that we can for the community, which are our teachers, are our students. And so I hope that you will take that long breath of passion and dedication that and collaboration that we've done when you look forward and to this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Bankston, 1004 Molloy Park Road, and I'm getting over a cold, so my apologies. I wear a lot of hats in this regard. I have lived in Molloy Park for 18 years. I've been talking about this with Tessa for about 18 years. And I also am a product of the benefits of affordable housing and living in Molloy Park. Because of that, I've been able to progress in my own career, and I'm currently the principal at VSSA. So thank you guys for the opportunity that I have. With that, there's just a huge paradox here of a lot of demanding opinions and needs all around one really, really beautiful piece of land. So just with that, there's a massive need for housing. I have employees at my school that live in Molloy Park and that have benefited from that. And when you look at attract and retain, Molloy Park truly has retained employees for a very, very long time, which is wonderful. We know that housing works. In the same breath, I have a brand new teacher who I would like to retain for a very long time, who's number 67 on the wait list. So we need homes. One thing I will say that as hard as it is to sit in this room for hours and hours at a time as we have for this, I think that every time we come in and rumble with this, refinement is happening. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you. I think a couple huge things that came from planning and zoning and the wonderful questions that were asked is if you read the district's notes, they're going to redo a survey in the fall of 2026. The phasing going into 5-year chunks, I think slows that density down. And my best hope in that is that gives us time to truly evaluate the impacts. Once we have 48 more homes out there, we'll have an impact. We'll have a better understanding of demand. We'll have a better understanding of the impact on the road. The road's one of my, turning onto that road makes me smile every single day. And it's exciting and a little variable. So we know that there's some work to do there, but hopefully that slowing down gives us time to evaluate the impacts. With that, in terms of clarity and communication, I don't think everybody in the world is familiar with initial plat and final plat and the process. So a couple things that I think would be really helpful is to know what is still up for consideration and how can people share their ideas and where is the avenue to have those conversations, if that makes sense. So if the unit mix is still up for debate, then where is the avenue for people to have those times to talk about that? One thing that I think is still just, I think there's really some amazing opportunities. I love Habitat and the opportunities that it provides for so many. Knowing that does not provide for every single school district employee, is there an opportunity for a ownership pathway similar to Habitat that doesn't have the same restrictions? They have restrictions because they're part of this amazing national organization. I know our Valley is incredibly resourceful. Is there something that we can do here locally that would open that up so that a family that has 2 teachers that is on that 2-teacher salary would also have that opportunity? Again, the school district is in the business of taking care of the kids and taking care of their people, and throwing housing on their plate is really complex. And I think that every time we rumble with this, more solutions come up. So I'm just curious if there's opportunities to broaden that for more teachers that have and school district employees that are at different income levels on our stair step. So thank you for listening. And the kid biking down the road will be mine, so just drive slow. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else has anything you want to say?
Were you asking me?
Well, no, you come
Oh,
next. Okay, so if no one else has any more to information to address the board with, then oh, okay.
Carrie, you have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thanks, Madison. Oh my God.
Hi, Terry.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, I didn't know what I did. Terry Armistead, 1632 South Main. I just wrote down some notes. I'm just going to read them, so I just keep my thoughts. Sorry if it sounds red. Housing is absolutely needed in this town and in this valley. This is the largest development to come through Minturn ever. It is important and imperative to get it right. And I would ask the district to partner with the town and its citizens to do just that. This project has been in front of the Minturn public that I know about for 2 months. I'm excited about the Habitat homes. That will be a wonderful addition to town, but how many of these homes will be full market value? It's not been spoken about tonight. 70, maybe. I think I was trying to write down the numbers when Tom did his, because I'm looking at the other side of the coin of the affordable component. So currently in Minturn, full market value is 1,000 a square foot. So that's $2 million for a 2,000 square foot home. Minturn North already filled that role in our town. What teachers will live there in those $2 million homes? What is the trade-off here? I asked council to ask these questions of the applicant tonight. If there will be conditions with approval or continuance or suggestions on denial, I'm asking council to consider my suggestions in my email as some of those conditions with regards to the wildlife mitigation plan. Remember that a final plat approval, and maybe the staff can speak to this, is based on meeting the conditions you set. So if you don't set them now, I don't think you can introduce them later. Maybe staff can clarify that for you guys, but that I think is important to get right. If you do, I don't need to say it again. If you do approve with conditions or continuance with the conditions, please take the time with the conditions that you set. The wildlife, the difference between now and 2011 is absolutely drastic. The wetlands have healed. It's documented. There's more wildlife there now than ever before. So I know that we have this document that says what we have to do, that we're required to do for the district with the 120 units that are maybe 150. There are 15 moose in this area alone. I know because I run into them all the time. I've seen that elk herd go through there. This is important. So I hope everyone on council was able to review the wildlife mitigation plan. It was in the Malloy Park submittal package link starting on page 105 of 266. Unfortunately, the applicant submitted comments back to CPW in February last year, and CPW did not receive those comments until December 23rd, 3 weeks before the January meeting. The applicant may have been working for 2 years, but CPW has had 2 months' time to address issues with the plan. And I know that this plan has been many iterations, but I just want to say, Devin Duval was at the planning and zoning meeting. He's waiting and willing, and I know that Tom said that he was meeting with him, and I really appreciate that. Please utilize his expertise. And I got to sit on the Eagle County Wildlife Roundtable, and so I have a lot of suggestions with regards to the wildlife mitigation plan. Again, I would urge council to look at those as conditions, and if the applicant has any desire to have a dialogue with me, I would love to have those conversations. I'm available. I said in all my spare time, but I really would be available to sit down. If you have any desire to talk to me, I'm not an expert by any means, but I am available. Oh, he's leaving. Well, this is important to me. The road itself is a 50-foot right of way to, let's see, By the district's own admission, the road cannot adequately address connectivity or walkability. This development will be an island, a completely new town within our borders. There must be connectivity. I believe our subdivision code actually calls for this, and so does our community plan. Wildfire has not been addressed at all, period. Talking about sprinklers is not addressing a wildfire. It's talking about a house fire. And Eagle River Fire and Protection District, there's a letter in the packet about that, but it does not address wildfire. So in the code, I just want to get to a couple of things in the code, and I don't think this application satisfies the code yet. 17.570, wildfire, the relationship of vegetation types, aspect, slope, and weather in the area of the proposed subdivision shall be inventoried and mapped following practices of this U.S. or the Colorado State Forest Service to determine wildlife hazard conditions. I watched the planning and zoning meeting two weeks ago, and they had said that they brought up a Eagle County wildfire map. That does not satisfy the code in its writing. And then section 17.360, adequacy of applications. All materials and information as required by applicable sections of this chapter, including applications, these sketches, maps, plans, plats, and reports, must be submitted to the planning director, complete in every detail and by the time specified. And if they're not, the planning, no item or application which is not in compliance with the standards and procedures of this chapter may be placed on a meeting agenda of the town council. So I urge you guys to look at this stuff. I know this is going to happen. I just want it to happen right. And I urge the council to take your time with any recommendations, conditions, actually, I shouldn't say recommendations, conditions that you have, and do this right. So I appreciate you guys, and thanks for being here for us. I know these long meetings are really long.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else online? Okay.
Tracy, you have the ability to unmute yourself.
Yours, Tracy?
Hi. Hi, everybody. Thanks for letting me chime in from remotely here. My name's Tracy Anderson. I live in Minturn at 1016 Mountain Drive. I live a hop, skipping away from Malloy Park, and I often am there after my job at Battle Mountain High School. Just, getting a little peace and serenity and a little walk around. In a previous life, I have a master's degree in wildlife management myself. And as I said at the Planning Commission, I'm not an expert, but while I am not opposed to housing for teachers at all, I am a teacher. I probably was able to buy the last somewhat affordable house in Minturn. What was it? 6 years ago. And I understand that it's tough for my coworkers. That said, this parcel is extremely sensitive, and it has a plethora of wildlife that, we risk the life. There's a risk of losing it, and I just really would implore you to consider that as you make your decisions. I implore you to think about what you want 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when you think of Minturn and what it has to offer all of us. I know for me, there's nothing like the surprise of seeing a moose, which, I was saying I almost jogged into one about 2 weeks ago there, of seeing the elk on the hill. And I know there's not many left. We have a very small herd left, and that herd is very vulnerable. And I just would implore you to have some contingencies built into this before things get going. For example, I know that Dogs, domestic dogs, and wildlife are not a good mix. The dogs will win. And at the Planning Commission, there wasn't any, there just seemed, a statement like, well, we, have to have dogs. Well, maybe you could restrict the number per household. Maybe you could require leashes. I mean, really, that would go a long way. The fact that they get to chase wildlife is very detrimental to their viability. And I would just implore you to have that in place. And this is a high density development per this sensitive habitat. So please take it slow. I know it's going to happen. No offense, I love you, Tim Moffat out there, but this isn't, off I-70 down Valley. This is a bit more sensitive. And so really, please do your due diligence and construct a well thought out wildlife plan that will work so that the same kids that are graduating will be able to come back here or live here and have those wildlife opportunities, which is really the most special gift you could give them. And I just want to also put in a plug for the beavers there. We do have a lot of beavers, and a lot of current research is really suggesting that they are highly instrumental in as a fire buffer. So I just hope that you will let them be. I mean, in the past, historically, we have wiped out beavers right and left and considered them pests, but really they are architects of the wetlands, which act as a wonderful wildlife buffer. We are in a wildlife which, not to be a naysayer, but that could happen here. And so one more thing I'd like to add, you mentioned early on in your presentation that, there's an opportunity for people to take the core bus, but actually it's quite hard from Malloy Park. So that might be something you want to talk to the transportation people. It's one thing to take the bus from Minturn because you can hop on that Leadville bus that comes, but you can't really do that when you're living there. So maybe there can be some talk with the core transportation people so that we don't have so many cars going through. One thing that wasn't mentioned because it's not
Tracy, thank you. Your
Okay.
time is up.
All right. Thank
Tracy.
you. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else over?
There are no more raised hands.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. If you want to stay around, give me all the opportunity to do any clarifications for the council.
Yeah, just briefly, if I could, on a couple of points. I think most of these developers, they were heartfelt, sincere statements about the project, about Moy Park, about Minturn, and those are all very much appreciated. There weren't all that many questions, I don't think, but just a couple of things. In no particular order, you have a 20% occupancy deed restriction requirement be increased for this project. I guess what I would say is when you all change your requirement to 30% or whatever else, when we come in with that next project, we need to conform to your code to single this out and apply additional different more restrictions. Doesn't seem exactly proper, but if that's something the council wants to look at, we can respond. There was a very good idea about, hey, we consider homes for VS, let's say families that are here while their kid attends the academy. Great thought, but we're not, I don't think, in the business of building homes for families to come and attend the ski club academy. We're here to create housing for district staff. But get the premise, get the idea, but I don't think that's what we're here to accomplish. There was a question about educational programs for people and how to live with wildlife. That is one of the elements in the mitigation plan currently, and we're looking to expand that. Can't the trail along Malloy Park Road be worked out with Battle? Battle has told us that the town has told them there needs to be one. It's on the list of us to talk about, things to talk about with Battle. So I think we're going to see some movement in that regard. Can we require only Habitat to be the only developer in Molloy Park? I think Emily and Elise might say, yeah, that's a great idea. I don't know that we could agree to that kind of thing. I can't tell you that we had two amazing successes with Habitat, and we are extremely motivated to continue that partnership going forward and see our role with Habitat as being a huge part of what happens at Molloy Park. With regard to the deed and the land coming from Molloy, when the district, they had a lease to build the school. I don't know who that was from. They had that lease for many years. We purchased the property, I think, in somewhere around the early 90s. And it came from New Jersey's Inc., I believe, was who sold it to us. I think Molloy was a supervisor or someone in charge of the mining operation up there, but I don't recall in looking at that deed any restrictions about how the land could be used once the district bought it. There was a comment. Carrie asked a great question. What's the avenue for further input on the project? We would be happy, the district would be happy to host an open house for the community to come in and chat further outside of this formal venue, which is a great environment. I love being here, guys, but you know, community, just informal discussions could be a lot more effective, and ideas could come out of that. There are certain things that we could certainly look at and entertain. There might be some other things that, you know, we may be less inclined to entertain, but having that dialogue, I think, could be a positive thing. How we can work with providing housing that doesn't fit into what Habitat can do. And by that, I mean, you know, their 100% AMI still leaves a lot of people out. For years, Habitat built small homes targeting 80% or less. And in working with us, they agreed to find a way to increase it to 100%. It's very complex, having to do with their financing and how they make their programs work. But for us, which opened a wider number of employees that could possibly qualify. I can tell you that on the project that Habitat's our third project that they're starting at the IK Bar property in Gypsum, we looked at the 10 townhomes we had approval to do, building them ourselves and selling them. And they priced out at, I think it was nearly $1 million a unit. No one was going to be able to buy them. And that, among other reasons, brought us back to do a third dance with Habitat on that project. The point of that, this babbling, is it's extremely hard to reach affordability just going out and building a home, even with no land cost, with no development or no profit motive. It still is extremely hard to do. That's another reason why hopefully you can have some confidence. And right now it's just an LOI with Habitat, but this is how, through this collaboration, is how we can get things done. And it's what we're going to be looking to do. I forget the first name, last name Rippeth, asked about the ball fields and what happens to them. The ball fields are outside of the area that we're proposing the subdivision in currently. So nothing. The ball fields are a critical element of what VSA does with their programs out there. It's an even more critical element with what Dan does with his Nordic Trails and hosting races and everything else. We have no plans to change that. There is a provision in the annexation agreement from 2011 that says if the district's going to change the use out there, that we need to come and chat with the town about the nature of that change and what's going on. Right now it's buried in this annexation agreement from 2011. We could memorialize that and carry that forward and add it to the SIA when we get to that point at final plat, so that there's more direct acknowledgement as to the future of the ball fields.
I was a Little League coach in that ball field.
That's another reason why we can't change it. Quick point of clarification, I think it was on Terry's comment. Wildfire is addressed in our submittal. We did take mapping from Eagle County. We had confidence that their work was done in line with what the town code required as far as how the mapping is done. And we did include mitigating measures in our project narrative. Thus far, we've heard no comments about those. Not saying we can't look at them further, improve them, embellish them, or whatever, but wildfire has been addressed in in our submittal. Beyond that, I think the vast majority of the comments I heard are things that are being addressed by the staff's proposed conditions, and the 5 conditions we proposed would be added to our project. If we want to make a condition, another one about the community meeting before we submit our final plat, we can do that as well. But the other comment that related or was made at the same time as a ball field is get it right now. And we agree with that. It's important to get things right, and generally, almost always, projects do get better going through the public review process. I've seen it for 40 years. Not always, but almost always they get better. Again, my request to you all is give us a chance to sharpen the pencil and further address these things as a part of our final application, a final plat application, by making what we've offered and what staff has offered conditions of approval tonight. And we are going to be committed to addressing these things. You'll see us again, so you can hold our feet to the fire now, and we'll do the job we need to do to get this right.
Staff has, is that okay? Staff does. Staff.
We can go to the council first, and then, but I just want to make sure you know what your follow.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, 2 more corrections I want to make. One speaker mentioned that the district only has 500 employees. We have 1,000 employees. So 15 years from now, assuming this project goes through, if we have 250 units in our inventory, that's 25%, not 50%. Just want to make that correction. And speaking to the 5-year cap on rental units, the hope long-term would be that the district has enough inventory for employees that we could lift that, and employees, if they so choose, could live permanently in district-owned rental properties. At this time, the 5-year cap is for equity to be able to allow all district employees to benefit from that. So those are the only 2 comments. I want to thank the council for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any questions?
One, just to nip it in the bud, because the numbers keep floating around. That one slide you had that already has the breakdown of the district home versus ultimately it's 67, I believe was the number you put out there for the habitat piece. Just so everybody's on the same math, because I think unfortunately we're throwing deed restrictions and other things around when the expectation is the district housing, the district specific housing is, as just denoted, a 5-year rental plan, a lease plan, correct? There are no purchased properties from the district in this plan. All of those are under habitat, correct or not correct?
I believe that is correct. The district owns units that they lease.
Right.
The only homes the district has ever sold, well, they've never sold any homes. That's all been done through our partnership with Habitat.
And so as Carrie brought up previously, and you referenced as well, I think one of the other concerns that was brought up, and I appreciate the hope that down the road we get past that 5-year part. Thus, the reason why I have that conversation with leadership with the district is also the potential for ownership. So revisiting the allocation, the problem obviously is the limitation on Habitat and what they can do. The district is not in the business of running mortgages and so forth. So that is the creative aspect of potentially what we're looking at. That still serves the district, that provides equity for your employees, and under an ownership concept vice a lease for 5 years. Not suggest, I'm just throwing that out there in regards to the conversation as we continue down this road. So that said, once we get to those numbers, once you figure out what that is specifically for phase 1, obviously that's the other piece that we would not question as far as debate, but just want some fidelity on as far as what that looks like.
Can you just make sure I understand what you're saying with phase 1?
Phase 1 is 49 units or 48, 49. Right.
Yeah. Phase 1 includes up to 97.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, years 1 through 5.
Okay, 49.
So 49 units. Of those 49 units, how many of those are Habitat?
As it stands right now, 33.
Okay. And then the following 48 units, same thing. I'm just looking at the
same thing now.
The breakout, and the reason I'm saying that is, as denoted, a lot of your employees will not qualify for the Habitat piece, but they want to get in the ownership game, to be blunt.
Yep.
preferably in this model. That's all I'm driving at, as to what we can conceivably work with under the premise of the code, under the AMI calculation. I got all that, the deed restriction. I think that's one of the rubs that people want to have a discussion about. Understanding what you just said and what Terry brought up in regards to price per square foot and what is feasible and doesn't put you in the red.
If we can find a way for the district, not Habitat, but the district to develop homes that can be sold at an affordable price, we'd be doing it. I'm not saying we can't, but as I mentioned earlier, it's quite challenging.
Right. And again, that comes into, we all have paid lip service to affordable housing. Affordability seems to be the national motto right now for good and bad reasons. So obviously there are county programs as well that between the district, the county, and town can have conversations about to supplement the housing under those models. That is within the realm and the legality of your ability to develop that.
We'd love to get there as well.
Right. And that's all we're pushing.
Understood. Thank you.
Brian, you have some?
I think I hopefully have a very specific question about like lot lines and things that might be answerable. So Minturn is Minturn in particular because we're like a grid-based community and there's a lot of lot by lot socioeconomic diversity. Like you live next to a trailer and then there's like a nice condo and then there's a triplex and there's a big single family home. It's one of the coolest things about Minturn. When you were laying out your site plan, it looks like units of the same type are kind of like clumped together, and I'm like super sensitive about building attainable housing in a way that is not just like put people in a walled community and that's the attainable. Like it should feel like the rest of the community, and everyone should be able to kind of, you don't build a wall around them and say like don't leave your house, or it's all the small affordable units in one corner, like that happened at Minturn North. They stuck all the 4 ones in the corner and then they built the big ones on the other side. So I was wondering if you, when you were laying out the site plan, took any of that into account, like how those units are sited.
As I mentioned, and easily that could have been overlooked because a lot has been said here tonight. But when we laid out the subdivision and drew up that plan you're looking at, we've not designed those buildings. And I think we used 2 different footprints for the duplexes. It was just a gesture to show how the homes could be arranged. How they're going to be designed has not happened yet. If that's the,
I'm not looking at like vertical. I'm looking at like, you've got little squares and you're going to subdivide this thing up and you've got kind of the road plans. Is there room to kind of shuffle? Are you going to, you're going to look at demand and I'm sure a lot of other things and figure out like where that is. What I don't want to see is like, okay, in this corner we stick like all the apartments and then on this side we stick all the big houses, because I think that creates a divided community. So I want to make sure there's lot by lot kind of diversity, economic diversity.
I don't think you're going to see big houses out there. The Habitat, what they've been doing with the other projects with us has been a 3-bedroom home, 1,200 square feet, 1-car garage kind of thing.
It's bigger than most houses here, but yeah.
But it's bigger relative.
Yeah.
The way that plan lays out, some of those parcels are set up for townhome development. We have, I think, I forget the number, 15 duplex lots that are in particular location. That parcel in the center is about 4.5 acres where you see the 6 larger buildings. Hard to say what happened there. That we could come back in later and do some further subdivision, do something different. But the thought there is that maybe a larger scale. I think we allocated 48 units to that parcel. Could that be an apartment project the district does someday? That has been kind of the thought, but we have no definitive plans for when that would occur. So we're not trying to create discrete, conscientious separation of unit type or anything else in the community.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answers your question either.
That's great. Thank you for that.
So,
I just want to be clear about something. Am I right? There's only going to be the Habitat housing and the rental that are actually owned by the school district. Is that right? or is there a third category of properties which are going to be sold to developers to develop that will be sold at fair market value, would be the $1 million plus places along the river?
Let me answer the question this way. It's a fair question. There's nothing in the annexation agreement in our zoning that would preclude the district from selling parcel G to Acme Development Company. If they did, they have to come in and go through it and comply with your workforce housing regulations and everything else. What you heard, or you didn't hear, the Planning Commission heard Phil Qualman state at both of the last two meetings, is our intention is that Molloy Park is developed with housing to support district staff. That involves a Habitat collaboration that would then involve the district developing housing. To Tom's point, it could involve some creative approach with a different developer to achieve the goal of workforce housing, staff housing for the district.
So I would like to hear less intent and more kind of commitment on it. And we've just been through so many, I've seen so many affordable housing projects that turned out in the end just not to be affordable for people. Given all the other issues that we need to overlook in order to get this done, it would be really nice to think that, or to know for sure that those properties were going to be used by residents of the county and were going to be affordable. So I guess that's one big concern I have. And I sort of made a list of the things that would make a big difference to me in the final plat, and some of them maybe even now. That would be one. Another one that I talked about before would be if you could reduce the footprint, maybe sell some of the land to a conservation organization and use the money to buy affordable housing closer to where the schools really are. So I'm thinking, and I'm wondering how many of those 1,000 teachers work in the Upper Vail Valley at this point. I'm thinking not that many. Am I wrong?
There's at least 50% of our teachers that work between Edwards and here.
Okay, what about between Avon and here?
35, 40%.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I think we really want residents that stay and are committed to the towns. If there were any way to get around that 5-year restriction, because really, and I would think that would help you with retention too, because those teachers after 5 years aren't going to be able to afford any place. It just means they'll work for the school district for 5 years and then have to move on. And we'll lose them as residents of our community. And I think it's different when you're only going to be in a community for a certain number of years versus when you really commit to being there for
5 years.
More than 5 years. Yeah. So that also I think would make a difference. Having a realistic parking plan sounds like you're working on that. I don't know where in the world it would go. I'd like to see some ideas about that. I'm concerned, it sounds like there's going to be slow construction over maybe 10 years, which sounds like a good idea, but I'm wondering, will the public be able to access that area during the construction? I'm thinking they won't be. that's another, I think, big issue. And housing couples, that issue is a big one because Habitat housing doesn't fill that need. I don't know what happens if you buy Habitat housing and you're a single person and then you get involved or get married to somebody else right afterwards and they move in. Are you still, and your income obviously goes up a lot. I assume you can still keep living in that. So the thing is to get qualify before you get into a relationship. I don't know.
Is that you out? Or get a divorce and then remarry?
I don't know how that works. And I understand that nobody has any control over these requirements come from National Habitat. But I think that's unfortunate. And I guess my last thing is I actually would like to see the deed to the original deed to the land that school district has with respect to what restrictions are included in that deed. I think that should be submitted to the town.
It's part of the record.
Maybe
We'll follow up on that.
available to council. That would be good.
I just have a real quick question. I'd like to, well, it's a follow-up after this hearing. I'd like to see, I'll get together and I see Devin's here, but I'd like to get a better idea. You mentioned fencing or something like that. I want to know what's going to be workable as far as the wildlife mitigation problem. So, you know, I understand we're not going to come up with a whole regional approach anytime soon, because we've got a lot of stuff on our table. So, but I would like to have y'all meet with staff and really kind of work out what you think can be done, before you actually develop the property. So, our town is very sensitive to wildlife, as you've heard, and so we're really not gonna keep it. They're all stressed. The animals are stressed these days. So
Understood. And this will be worked out before development actually happens. What we're suggesting is that with the final plat, we'll have a revised mitigation plan that hopefully CPW is excited about, as we are. We haven't reached out to Devin since the planning commission meeting, but we have had a conversation with our wildlife consultant and some district staff about different ideas we could pursue to get us closer to agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're moving in that direction. And as I said, with our condition, we'll have a revised plan, hopefully one that we're aligned on with our final plan application, which should be well before any construction out there.
Earl, if I may, we need to be really careful with what we include in a mitigation plan that we sign. For instance, I'm going to bring up an example. A few meetings back when we were talking about the Highlands parcel, and there was a topic that came up about a right of way in the corner of the Highlands parcel for one of the most treasured Cross Creek hiking trails in the town and all this. If you followed their current recommendations point by point, it would include closing down that trail because that's an illegal social trail. So, and then, the kind of the same example, we ended up with a sidewalk that we can't use 6 months of the year in town because of wildlife closures. So now we're like in the point of like, well, it's a paved road. We have to add a bike path to this road. So we've been talking about bike access and road access along the road, but be careful because we could end up with a bike path that we can't use for 6 months of the year. So we have to work to find a balance that protects the quality of life for these future residents of town, and these teachers and the people who are going to live out there, and find that right balance of where that is.
We knew going in that was going to be the case.
Yeah,
or out there in the winter. So that's all I got. I know staff has a couple of quick questions.
Yeah, 2 follow-up questions. In the rebuttal to the comments, you stated the goal here is district housing. And can you help us understand what's preventing that unit mix from being clarified at this stage, particularly which units might be market rate so staff can better evaluate the impacts in infrastructure? Because as part of that agreement, there's a big difference between district and non-district. And I think what's challenging for staff in conversations is how do we estimate what our obligations are going to be and how are we going to address that for the non-district development?
What the town's obligations are?
Yes.
I don't know what you're asking. I mean, if we do non-district development, which our habitat collaboration is going to be considered not just district development.
I'm asking you to help us understand what's preventing the district from providing clarification as to how the units are going to be allocated.
Because we haven't gotten to that point yet. All I can tell you is we have an LOI with Habitat. We are very interested in them getting going on the first 33 units within phase one, once the project is developed and roads are in and everything else. Beyond that, we have not defined plans for the district to develop this parcel or whoever. We just haven't gotten there, Rob. I don't know how else I can.
And from it, just, when we look at development, especially if it's, if it's market rate, it's something it's subject to assessments, something that generates revenue. We try to look at how that impact is going to affect how we can fund, for example, improvements to a road or address those services long term. And so what's challenging from a staff standpoint is, are we talking about 30 market rate units? Are we talking about 60 market rate units? Because those numbers are very different as far as their financial revenue impact for the town.
Back to the town.
Of course.
Understood. We heard Bill Qualman at the last few meetings say our intention is no market rate units. Are you asking us to make a commitment now as to what the mix?
I'm not asking you to make a commitment. I'm just trying to understand what is preventing the clarity and what can we do to help get that clarity?
You have a crystal ball. I don't mean to be snide, but how do we know what we're going to do with development sites 5 to 10 years from now?
I mean, usually at a preliminary plat, you would know which lots you're doing what with.
I would disagree. On a large scale project like this with multiple development sites that involve 120 units, I would be willing to guess that most clients, when they get their preliminary plan approval and final plat, they may know the first few parcels. They're not going to know the full build out and what the mix is going to be and how the development's going to unfold. That stuff evolves over time.
The problem is that this is.
Wait a minute. Let me just finish. So I appreciate the answer, Tom.
No, I want to help you out, but I
Let me ask another question. You stated also in the rebuttal that delivering affordable housing is very difficult, and that's a challenge for the district, and especially delivering units at a broad range of incomes. And can you help us understand whether the district has explored partnering with Eagle County Housing Authority or a similar entity? And if so, what constraints or considerations have affected that?
We have not actively considered partnering with Eagle County. It has not been discussed in my experience. I could be wrong. The challenge is as simple as what it takes to build a home. Construction cost. I shared with you the antidote at the Gypsum property where we designed townhomes, priced them out, and they came in at a price that was nowhere near being affordable to district staff.
Are you saying that the financial aspect is the challenge in delivering affordable housing?
Well, I said what I just said. The cost to build is incredibly expensive, and to build units that our staff can afford is very, very challenging, if not impossible.
With that, as you stated, has the district reached out to Eagle County Housing Authority to have conversations about closing those financial gaps for the district?
As I just said, we have not, to my knowledge, directly engaged.
Is there something that would prevent that from occurring?
No.
Okay, that's all.
Alrighty, any more questions from the board? Okay.
I get to just have one more, and that is, I continue to be really concerned about the extent to which this project, irregardless of the intent at this expressed today, will really be providing affordable housing for teachers. In that there's other than, it sounds like you're committing to the Habitat housing today, correct? So at least
We've got an LOI. I can't emphasize that enough. Our intention is to work with Habitat to develop homes at Molay Park.
Well, I think that stop belaboring this. That's my point in regards to a parallel effort to talk to leadership, Philip, et cetera, about this portion of the development. Case in point, talking to the county.
What might be helpful? Could we have a joint session with the school board and staff and
that
council?
Yes,
Yeah.
because these are two different animals in regards to the build out and then the policies associated with that build out. That's why we're kind of mixing apples and oranges, and that's why I qualified that statement at the outset. So if we move forward with the efforts you're doing specific to the development, case in point, talking about the road, at the same time that you're also engaging your leadership to talk to the county, and then we can have those conversations in regards to policies associated with this development, ownership, occupancy, et cetera, planning specifically by lots and expectation of looking each other in the eye and putting something on the dotted line. That's more than just, the intent is for district housing. Agreed. And I'll take that at face value, but obviously there's concern across the board about ensuring that is seen through, because we're talking about a 15-year outlay. That's a pretty significant animal, as you already noted. So we just want to make sure that we're not sitting here talking about the 2011 contract or discussion again. That's it.
Would that be a joint session with both boards, or would it be a small working group with 12 board members?
All up for
How would you
debate.
handle it?
Right now,
I think the council could provide direction to staff, and we could even come back to council in 2 weeks and say, we've talked with Tom, we've talked with the district, and this is our recommendation. The council can say, proceed with that or do not. As far as, is it a joint meeting, or is it a staff type thing, or is it a council committee? I just don't want to do that on the fly. And I don't want to formulate on the fly, but we can figure that out, and I can get your guidance.
Absolutely. And that's why, again, I'm just putting out there, however we want to proceed with the effort of having that conversation, obviously staff to staff first, to determine what the appropriate ingredients are to have that conversation down the road.
Maybe it start with Rob, you talking to Phil and Bryson and go from there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be argumentative or difficult, but you're asking questions that we don't have answers to.
I understand that completely, Tom. And just to maybe be, specific for you and everyone in the room, it's, our discretionary dollars are less than $1 million a year. And so when I look at this road and our clerk looks at this road and we're trying to figure out how do we make that work, we're looking at 6 to 10 million. And it's like, how do we make that work? And so the more clarity that we can get on the mix, then we can figure out, okay, how do we plan for this? I appreciate the phasing because that gives us time. I think I just want to make sure I can give that to our town attorney with the financial aspects, so we can kind of give that clarity to council. This is what we need to prepare for. If that's acceptable.
I thought I heard you. I don't think you're looking to put money into improving the road. That would be up to us in battle.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but if there's part of a market rate component that triggers that in the agreement, of that has to be clarified. If it's not just district, then the obligation for the town to take the road comes into play, and we need some clarity there of what that looks like for us.
Or for maintenance of the road, but not fixing the road.
I think we also need to understand the finances of fixing it, because if you're doing non-district development, the agreement says we will take the road. So we can't wait for some other development to kind of come together and generate an impact fee or whatever, we're going to have to go, okay, we have to start looking at taking this road, and we can't count on what's not in permitting process or the land may be entitled, but it's not clear. Do you know what I mean?
So can I jump in? I think that is the spirit of at least one, if not more, of the conditions that are being proposed that were written by our town attorney to address that very instance. And I think it's been determined already based on a meeting that our attorney had with your council that just by virtue of Habitat for Humanity being at the table and the letter of intent, it is non-district development. We have to start preparing for it. So we're going to require quite a bit of study and analysis of Moonlight Park Road. As soon as this, if it gets approved, then you have your marching orders. There's work to be done to get to those answers, Rob. So I don't know if that helps address some of the concern. I think that determination's already been made.
Thank you, Scott.
So
what this conversation does is exemplifies just how complex this project is. We heard in this room hundreds of comments, and a lot of them go like this. And we're in the middle trying to find that balance and how to make it all work. And it's not easy, but I think we're making progress, and we're going to get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our standard process is with the development covers the cost of road and rebuilding roads and so forth. So evidently some complex going on that I don't understand. So I'll have to huddle with my group too. Okay. Any other comments?
Over to staff actually for all the conditions up to this point, as we see it, whether we're talking continuance or approval, because as denoted, there's a lot of cross comments. So as of right now, what do we have listed in addition to what was already brought up by P&Z, other than the coordination with this district in regards to the parallel discussions?
I believe we, because I think it's our intent to continue this tonight because we have quite a bit of work to do. And that needs to make sure that we've got all our questions answered. And how long does that take? There are your conditions.
I would need clarity on any new conditions that are coming forth tonight. We have the 8 conditions that were in the presentation and the staff report. Tom, I believe you've proposed your own self-imposed conditions that
conditions to address comments from the planning commission during their 2 meetings.
I would like to see added to the one about the amended ditch too, and with for low flows, because he had it in there with the gauge, but like in drought years, what the process would be. When we, get down on water, the ditch might be a little lower, and then when the water gets down to that elevation, it won't feed it.
And I'd like to see a condition of a plan for public access during construction.
Is that reasonable?
That's kind of down the road.
Yeah.
This is preliminary. This is a plat. Yeah, we don't do that.
Well, for that, for the final, that would be for the final.
I think that would be
the play. That's what the subdivision plan process goes. Correct.
Yeah, I think it's a great comment, and I think it's something that, and Jeff, you can chime in, but a construction management plan and the final plat and then SIA would kind of cover that. That's a really important aspect.
Is there a timeline embedded in that condition in your coordination with Battle?
I believe that one of the staff conditions is that we come back with an agreement with Battle.
Right, but there's no timeline associated in that agreement. No metric
before the final, probably.
Pretty much all of them are, you need to accomplish this before you even apply for final plat.
Final plat I got, but I'm talking if we're discussing in our approval, but just final plat metric.
That is what we're proposing.
Okay, so We'll need a motion, but Madison.
Timeline.
Okay, so all I've heard so far are additional conditions that you'd like to be imposed. And typically you add conditions to, theoretically, a motion of approval with conditions. If there's something that you would like to be addressed immediately within the next 2 weeks to a month, that you want to happen during a continuance period, I would take specific direction on that.
I would like to explore the deed restriction for the, that third category of properties that's restricted to residents and of Eagle County.
At least March. The 2nd of March, we need March 18th. Because we're gonna get direction from council.
And I would also like to see a condition of the commitment to explore extending that 5-year rental period restriction.
Continue to the 4th.
And these are all answers you want prior to approval
Well,
of preliminary plat.
hold on that note for a second.
No.
So again, that is in a separate line of effort. That is the discussion with the district leadership, separate side. This policy, this is strictly plat.
Yes.
So let's not broaden the strings on.
I need 2 weeks on conversation, come back on that. It's just not, so, and I think that's clear. I need the 2 weeks on that.
I'd be comfortable voting with those additional conditions, but I'm speaking for somebody who won't be on council in a month, so.
We need to discuss that. Who is? We just need to make a motion to continue in 2 weeks.
You make whatever motion or make.
We have a majority that will vote to approve at this stage.
Well, I make a motion to continue. Until such time as we have town council here and what?
March 4th.
Until March 4th.
What specific direction are you giving us as pertains to the plat to accomplish in the next 2 weeks?
I guess I'm
Specific to the plat. Policy.
I would say I would like to see a more responsive wildlife plan that relates to the existing footprint issues.
That can be inserted in the pre-existing condition.
I don't think so, because the plat concerns the footprint. And it is the footprint that I have concerns about.
Okay.
I'm not ready to vote for it today.
Is there a second on that motion to continue?
Second motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve. I can't name all the extra conditions, but
You can
all I
reference.
know is the Arminda ditch. As stated, you wanted a
You can just say.
Add it to the one condition you have on the amended ditch.
Yeah.
Basically.
I would like to get input from our water council on that.
Yeah.
Before we commit.
And I think we need to have our water council too. I think they need to, come up with an agreement on it. Yeah.
once he's back from getting married.
Either way, it doesn't take away being able to put that as.
Yeah, because I would love to let them get working on these conditions and get us some answers on this stuff rather than just keep it down the.
There's all these other concerns.
Yeah, there's a lot of concerns and there's a lot of other stuff, but there's a lot of that that's not pertinent to, I think, the plat specifically.
We need to have another shot on this too.
Yeah, we get 2 weeks, talk about it in a month or 2 weeks. I'd make a resolution Town interim resolution 13, 2026, proving the Eagle County School District Molloy Park Workforce Housing preliminary plat for subdivision land use applications with conditions as added by staff recommended, and then the additional condition. Wait, you had, did
We offered five additional.
you have 5 additional conditions. How many is that? The 13 now?
13.
And to address, to get addressed. And then did you have one too, right?
No, I'm saying that's already.
Oh, that's already in there. Okay. Yeah. It's conditions as stated plus those.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Lou, second by Tom. Let's do a roll call.
Right. Gusty, aye.
Tom, aye.
Midnight.
Eric, aye.
Earl,
Excuse me, I do have one question, Mr. Mayor.
aye. Motion
Was this to-
passes.
Was this to continue?
Really appreciate your efforts and your time. We will be back with the information we need to make this right.
Thank you.
So
3 hours.
Always call me, you read me. No, we'll get the card.
You don't get to lead.
You would do you really work. This is a very sensitive. Yes. Got that very. Yeah. But anyways, he came to mind because this is very.
Earl looks like he's wrapping up, or do we make a motion to dismiss?
Yeah, you still have one more business there.
Yeah. Historic board and
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor, aye.
Motion by Eric, second by Tom, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.